I did the little thing.
So important.
So important. And can we have a roll call? May we?
Here.
Present.
Here.
Trustee Brady?
Here.
Trustee Pinkerton?
Here.
Trustee Wood?
Here.
Superintendent President Walhead?
Present.
Trustee Blankenship?
Present. Okay, and then we have public comment announcement. The complete written request to address the board shall be submitted at the beginning of the open session portion of the meeting. Individuals may comment after being recognized by the board president. And before the board discussion of a particular item, we had public comments related to closed session items, correct?
Yes, there are.
And we had the card. Thank you. And so our first public comment, I just say the name right. Am I doing this right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I like it when I'm on the right track. Amy Norris on agenda item 2.3.
She's in the parking lot. Is she here?
You can't speak for the parking lot.
Do we get her? Or do we just, I don't know.
Andrew, if you know her, why don't you go on and ask her if she wants to come in? We have closed session we gotta get to.
Sure, I'll give her a call.
Do we have anybody else?
One other, Ryan Keever.
This is a Floyd and first.
Well, if people put comment cards in and Jeff, if people put comment cards in and don't show up, do we just move on or how do I handle that?
We should move on. And what I would suggest is,
Mr. Carville is with the media, so I fear by giving him the chance of going out there, dilly-dallying around for 2 or 3 minutes, coming on back, making the plea, he can never say, oh, thought it was a ghost. Sorry, Todd.
this has been requested. to
Well,
be
let's give her another minute.
Hold on.
in public.
In public,
And-
yes.
And so, we can go ahead and proceed with the petition.
She's walking up right now. That they moved it. Yeah, she's here.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, sir. Oh, hello. You can go up to the mic.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought we were still over there at the SAC.
Oh, no, yeah, we haven't
Yeah,
been there.
sorry
for a
I
while.
about
wish we were, I like that more, but,
Okay, so 3 minutes. Is somebody running
yeah.
that? There it is. I'll move my giant soap.
3 minutes.
Before we start with the 3-minute clock, basically 390 words isn't a lot of time. And I know on the comment card, it does say that by a vote of majority of the board, you can extend that time.
Yeah.
So I would really like to ask, if you would, just to take a vote, if you could give me an additional 5-6 minutes.
I would make a motion that we grant 5-minute total.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we'll do a verbal vote. Maybe one at a time. Sharon?
Yay.
Brandon?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. I know that you've been presented with information proposing my termination. I would like to present some information that hopefully will sway you away from that decision to do so. I have been here for 9, almost 10 years. I've been in human resources for 15 years in community colleges, 22 overall. I have never, ever encountered any type of difficulty, even remotely close to this, until this administration. I will tell you that I have been the victim of pervasive discrimination and a persistent pattern of abuse. So just let me start out by saying, I've been, as you saw, there are several pieces of discipline issued here. You all may or may not remember, I was placed on an admin leave for what amounted to a single-digit typo for 8 months. When I returned, the district offered to pay me just to leave, even though I had done nothing wrong. I refused. Within 2 months of my return, Monica Martinez issued me a written warning on my use of sick leave and vacation, which is illegal. You can't do that. It violates California law.
You're
Yes, sir.
talking to the microphone?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I absolutely can. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I think that way Andrew Carvella's
Everybody can
telephone that he's recording this,
Yes.
will pick it up. Is that correct, Andrew?
Yes, sir.
I just want to be sure we're all on the same record that you're recording this.
Absolutely.
I don't know what for purpose, but just know that.
Reflect later.
Yeah, okay, great.
So I don't know where I am time-wise, but I'll just try and make this as quick as possible because there is a lot here. And then within another month of that, I received another write-up, which was frivolous. I was accused of not following a procedure of sending an equivalency packet by email, which was not our process. I was accused of not turning in an MIS report in a timely fashion, which I did with Monica's permission. I was awaiting some information from payroll. I turned it in the day after the original due date. Monica had granted that. The delay in the MIS report actually came from IT deciding to shift back to using the Social Security numbers, which we were told we were moving away from, which created a whole slew of errors that we had to then go back. Up until the day it was due, I was making error corrections based on the stuff that they had shifted. There was, an email that I was accused of not sending for a NeoGov update. It was a project that had been given to me, and this will be important in just a moment. So that NeoGov update that I was supposed to send out had already been done. The person that Monica was looking for was out on leave. Monica was CC'd on the actual email that I sent that she stated I hadn't sent. It was ludicrous to me. So at that point, I filed a complaint with the state based on illegal and erroneous discipline, predominantly starting out with the sick leave. It is against California state law to write up, punish, or reprimand anyone in any way, shape, or form for using their sick leave or their vacation. That's state law. And yet, she was doing it. So after I issued the write-up, basically the gentleman that was there with the DEH flat out told me they don't have the manpower or the resources to follow up with anything that's not a class action. But they did give me my right to sue letter. Shortly thereafter, COVID broke out. We ended up leaving. I ended up very, very ill. I have a genetic condition, which basically causes my blood to turn to pudding. I ended up in the hospital with double pulmonary embolisms just before contracts were due. I let Monica know that I was checking myself into the emergency room. I had been diagnosed with this, and that I would be admitted to the hospital. Monica allowed me to work from the hospital. She would go on later to say that she didn't know, but I have the text stating I am in the hospital. I am waiting for a room. I don't know when I will be discharged. Now, at that time, HR was only coming in 1 to 2 days a week. When I came out, I had a 3-week cannot sit up, cannot, for more than 10 minutes at a time, basically stating that I could still work, but that I couldn't leave, I couldn't drive, I couldn't be up and about for more than 10 to 15 minutes at a time, that I either had to be in a resting position or sitting for a very brief period of time. So I sent in an ADA request, which is a protected right, to Monica Martinez. And I requested that during the 1 to 2 days a week that I was scheduled to come in, I be allowed to work from home as a reasonable accommodation for that time. Now, bear in mind, all of us were working at home during that time. It was beyond a reasonable request. Not only was that request denied, she went one step further and placed me on leave.
Is this correct?
So it's an additional, I believe that was only on the 3-minute timer.
No, he did 3 and then he added 2 in the middle, correct? 3 and 3, so you got 6.
Okay,
Thank you.
yep.
So do we have a Ryan Keever who filled out a card?
Ryan Keever is my attorney, and he
Okay.
was unable to make it, but he did send me his talking points. So if I can just go ahead and let you have those.
Jeff?
That's fine.
That's fine, okay.
I just want to go on the record here because of this recording. This board has granted twice. This board has gone beyond what any board has done since I've been on this board since 2011 with the 3-minute rule. The max we've ever given is 5 minutes. So we've gone 6 minutes. Let's be sure we get that correct, right?
Just to be clear, all of our board meetings are recorded and available
Yeah.
to the public.
Forever, actually, they go away, that's.
So
part of
Amy,
being a
just to
community
clarify, you have talking points, you're gonna be speaking on his behalf? Or you have a
Yes.
recording? Sorry, I was unclear.
Oh, yeah. No, these are talking points that my attorney
He
who
sent to you.
wasn't able to make it, he's about 4 hours away and he ran into an issue getting here.
Okay, let me just defer to our attorney.
So, from what it sounds like, you're going to read what,
What he sent, correct.
that's fine, go ahead.
Okay, and in 3 minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, hopefully so.
No,
I-
just making sure 3 on the clock. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So he's basically stating there's no harm proposed to the public by what Ms. Norris did. Basically talking about the 2.5-minute phone call that I made, which is the terminating event. I made a phone call while I was on my way to FMLA to see my father. It's not compensable. We follow under the quarter-hour rule for non-exempt employees. I couldn't turn in a time card for that if I wanted to. However, Ms. Martinez did allow the instructor in question to teach without prints being cleared and without a contract during that 3 weeks while we were waiting for prints. So that's definitely a liability. There's no likelihood of this recurring again because Ms. Norris is on notice at how strictly the policy of no work outside the scheduled hours is being enforced against her, even though it's not being enforced against her colleagues. The college failed to utilize progressive discipline. The board should only focus on the most recent instances from October 5th, 2020 to the present because the prior ones cannot be considered under Ed Code. Ms. Martinez did not give Ms. Norris enough time to finish projects and will often give others more time to do the same tasks, such as in relation to NeoGov. My counterpart, once that was stricken from me, was given 10 times the amount of time to complete that project and was still 6 weeks late. She's inconsistent in enforcing policies, specifically working outside of scheduled hours. As I mentioned, everyone in our office does. As a matter of fact, it's campus-wide. When I received the discipline for sending an email while I was out on sick leave, there was absolutely no way that Ms. Norris could have anticipated that that would have been a disciplinable event, because just prior to that, after her event from the hospital, she sent some 300 contracts to Ms. Martinez at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, Saturdays, Sundays, just to get them done, because during that time, Ms. Martinez did not reassign her work after she placed her on leave. Ms. Martinez has consistently penalized Ms. Norris for using FMLA, which is illegal. Established claim for FMLA retaliation, an employee must prove that she or he has engaged in statutorily protected activity, which I have. Adverse job action was taken against her or him, which it has, and that there is a causal connection between the activity and the adverse job action, which there certainly is. Explain the 8-month leave for falsely accusing you of forging an email. This is a pattern of actions against Ms. Norris, who is outspoken and has filed complaints to the board and to other agencies. Ms. Norris has suffered disparate treatment, was given less time to complete projects than others, has been blamed for problems caused by other workers, broken systems, and things outside of her control. I'm going to run out of time here, so just very quickly, a lot of what you'll see there in the write-up packet will include things, you'll see a lot about DERS, that I was somehow delaying contracts. I'm not. It's the way the systems are speaking to one another. We've switched systems. They're not working well. And if you carefully read those emails, you'll see that. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry, I'm out.
Thank you. All right, so just to address the board, we can only, do I need to do anything with the beeping? We're good? Okay, sorry, just making sure it's not me. The board, we're only allowed to speak to administration and the attorney at this time.
So if I can, good evening, President Tarpley, members of the board. I just kind of like to give an overview of the charges and certainly answer any questions. Vice President Martinez is also present to answer any specific questions should you have any. I know it
Jeff,
is.
before you start.
Sure.
So kind of help us in the recording understand. Are we going to discuss this, debate this, and make our determination in public tonight? Or are you going to give us an overview of the facts?
Yes, it's all in
Monica will,
public.
and then we will go into closed session.
This will, Ms. Norris has requested that this hearing be held in public, which is her right to do under the Brown Act. And so any deliberation, discussion will occur here in public. And if the board decides to vote, that will also occur here in public.
And
So-
then we'll adjourn and go to closed session for the remainder of
For
our
the
items.
remaining items, exactly. That's the format. So just to touch on a few points, there was a lot of material that was provided, and so it's a lot to consume. But what Ms. Norris brought up in her opening, her public comments, going back to the 2018 timeframe where she was placed on administrative leave, that has no bearing, and that's not part of these charges. That was an event that occurred under prior administration. Ms. Martinez was not even present working here. Ms. Martinez starts at the district in June of 2019. So none of that is before you. I say that by way of background so you have an understanding. There are some events described prior to, and what we're allowed to do is go back 2 years from the time of the notice of intent to discipline, which is April 19 of 2022. So that takes us back to April 19 of 2020. There are 2 events described prior to that April 2020 timeframe, one of which is November 28, 2018, under Fusako Yokotobi, who was an interim vice president at that time. And that's provided just by way of background. It's not a basis of the charge, but is to provide background for you of issues that Ms. Norris had been counseled and received a letter of reprimand on. There's also an incident by Ms. Martinez noted on January 28, 2020, where a letter of reprimand was issued for missing deadlines, et cetera. Again, that's provided by way of background as part of notice to Ms. Norris to work on certain things to be more efficient in providing job performance. So the first letter of reprimand that is before you in terms of consideration is October 5 of 2020. And that was based on insubordination, failure to follow directives, and working while on leave. And Ms. Martinez was very clear that Ms. Norris, if you're out on leave, and Ms. Norris has taken a number of leaves, but none of those leaves were ever questioned. They were always accepted. And the issue isn't so much taking the leave. The issue is the condition of the desk in terms of someone being able to step in, process, and proceed in doing the contracts for the part-time faculty and keeping the desk moving forward. So that issue was raised in October of 2020. Then on August 23 of 21, letter of reprimand for unsatisfactory job performance for failure to complete the onboarding process for new hires, together with inconsistent and inaccurate communications. A further written warning was provided on September 28, 2021, about working after hours, texting staff, and making her aware not to do that. Then her annual performance evaluation was completed in December of 2021, where there were performance issues noted, below minimum standards, and as a result, a 60-day improvement plan was put in place. All of this is progressive discipline in terms of making Ms. Norris aware of the shortcomings and the issues that are impeding performance at her desk and within the department. The incident that brings forth the charges occurred on March 10 and March 11 of 2022, after the prior letters of reprimand were issued, the annual Evaluation was provided in December of 21, excuse me. And the work improvement plan, performance improvement plan that was put in place at the beginning of this year. And in spite of all of that, Ms. Norris was out on district-approved leave effective March 11 of 2022. That was never questioned. And there was an issue at that time involving a part-time faculty member and new hire in getting the ID number completed. That ID number was not completed, and staff sent out an email requesting this information. Ms. Norris responds to that while she's out on leave, after previously being directed not to. And the proper way to have handled this would have been to contact Ms. Martinez and say what the issue is. But Ms. Norris, in speaking with the staff member, said, please issue a reply all, but don't say you got the information from me. And Ms. Norris did not mention this in her opening comments, but in the Skelly conference referenced this as a joke. And the staff who had this phone conversation felt that somehow they were being directed on how to respond and put into a compromised position. And so, excuse me, it's the combination of the prior discipline and, in spite of all that, taking those steps to affirmatively, whether it was intended as a joke or not, to communicate to staff to leave her, Ms. Norris's name out of replying all to the email, that she was involved because she knew she'd been directed not to do that. And in spite of that, went ahead and did it. So for all of those reasons, the recommendation is for Ms. Norris to be terminated from employment. It is a serious charge, but this has been an ongoing issue. And what is demonstrated is insubordination, a failure to follow directives. And I'll go ahead and submit at this point, but if there's questions, go ahead.
Jeff, in the,
Excuse me.
the interaction of March of, was it this year?
22.
March 22, where the college contacts Mrs. Norris by email, right?
So it's.
But she's told not to respond to emails when she's off on leave or vacation, is that correct?
So the email that is issued by staff is, where's this number?
Staff internally in the HR
Internally within the
department.
college. An auto reply is generated at Ms. Norris's desk
That says I'm out.
that I'm out. And so staff needs this information. Before any next step occurs, Ms. Norris then contacts the staff member who sent the email and leaves the message, leaves the information, and also got onto the computer to put in the information. Oh, thanks. And the issue with FSLA and being under 15 minutes, the point is, you're not supposed to be working when you're out on leave. No one's asking you to work. And that is a liability issue for the college. And Ms. Norris had been directed multiple times not to do that. And so,
I believe that it's, I can tell you as a private employer, we have the same issue. We can't contact anybody. If they're on sick or they're COVID, we can't do it. We're not allowed to.
so, and it's not only the action of just directly reaching out to the employee, taking it upon herself to correct it in that moment, but it's the next step of presenting, now whether it's intended to be a joke or not, leave my name off of the reply all as to how you got the information. Again, the HR department works as a team. And so it's difficult to manage that when you have this type of situation and direct insubordination, not to follow that repeated directive. And that's what led to these charges.
Are we gonna hear from Mrs. Martinez?
If we ask her questions.
Yeah, if you have a question, absolutely.
I'd like to, I mean, Ms. Martinez, you're her supervisor. I have to assume, based on what I read, that you are totally supportive of this decision, and you didn't make the decision lightly.
Correct.
Yeah.
I support the recommendation, and I didn't take it lightly. Someone's livelihood, I understand that.
Do you have any questions for her?
No, it was really more of a statement to have her reconfirm. I mean, she's the immediate supervisor. You read all these things in there.
Right.
Yeah. So. I wanna be
Anybody have
sure
any
it was-
questions for her while she's up, since we don't want to make you go up and
So
down?
the letter to terminate recommendation came to me from Vice President Martinez. I was not involved in the investigation in any way. But, so as a result, I was the Skelly officer. I conducted a meeting with Ms. Norris and her attorney and heard their side. After, as the Skelly law requires, I was to read all the documentation, which I did. And after hearing Ms. Norris and her attorney, I determined that the charges and the recommendation for termination was valid. And so I supported that by forwarding it to the board.
And so here we are.
So here we are.
Okay, any more questions, concerns, discussion? So what I would need is a motion to go through with
Accept
the
the
recommendation, accept the recommendation, thank you, sorry, my brain is hurting. Accept the recommendation to terminate.
Motion to terminate.
You make motion.
I made a motion. We
Motion
have
to
a
terminate.
let me make this clear for everybody. We have a recommendation from our attorney, we have a recommendation from HR, we have a recommendation from our president superintendent. If our president superintendent had said 2 minutes ago, I would not recommend this, I would not recommend to do this. I don't know why this is so difficult. We hire, Ms. Norris, I'd say this, I have my background in
We
HR.
can't
No, I'm
really,
sorry.
yeah.
We hire these professionals to make decisions, and I think that they have. So
So we have a motion on the floor, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, and are we doing this electronically?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Perhaps. Sometimes it doesn't want to work.
Tim, is there no visual of the agenda to show the result?
Hang on, I didn't expect we'd be voting electronically.
You weren't logged in?
That's 2.3, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then after this, it's adjourned.
Adjourned to closed, okay. Do I have to motion? I can't just close it. I need this Tylenol right now. Do we,
Yeah.
working on
I
it?
didn't
Okay.
anticipate electronic voting, so I wasn't up and running, sorry.
Yeah.
oh, is that him logging?
I'm in.
Oh,
I voted.
No, that's Tim. The scoreboard. Oh, is it really?
I don't know if anybody can see that. I can't read it.
I can't read it. It's too
No
small.
idea.
Do you have the vote?
I do.
Just announce it.
It was unanimously to uphold the proposed discipline following snow hearing of termination.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna adjourn to closed session at 5:02. Do I need any of this?
No, that's for all.
This is all for later?
I gotta get this chair.
Very good. I like your shirt. Huh? Where'd you get that?
His mother bought it at the bookstore.
Well,
Yes, I do know.
Get a new flag or get it ironed or something.
All right, so Ms. Effingham.
All right, so it's 6 o'clock. We're gonna go ahead and, sorry, you scared me. We're gonna go ahead and start at 6 o'clock. I can't see. Call to order at 6. Can I get a roll call?
Yes, you can.
Thanks.
Trustee Parkley,
I'm here.
trustee Henderson.
Here.
Trustee Brady.
Here.
Trustee Pinkerton,
Here.
trustee Wood,
Are you sure?
He's somewhere.
student trustee Glendenny,
Here.
and superintendent president Walter.
Here.
All right, and we're gonna have the Pledge of Allegiance by anyone in particular? Do I get to pick? Oh.
Who?
Fernando really likes to do it.
Who does?
Fernando
really likes to do it. Please come up. Thank you.
What's Fernando's last name?
Fernando's last name. Torres. Right, Senator Torres. I knew that.
Thank you so much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One last time for going out safe.
Thank you, Senator Torres. All right, and then we need the invocation, please, Tim. Thank you. Please and thank you.
I'm gonna give it to you next time.
We can always count on you, Tim.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
I rode that chair to me.
Good evening, all. Let's pray. Holy God, we gather here as members of the Victor Valley College Board of Trustees, students, and staff. And we thank you for calling us together. It is our privilege and our responsibility to support, foster, and advance the mission of Victor Valley College. We accept this task in total dependence upon you, for it is you who began this work, you who will guide it and will bring it to fulfillment. Send your creative spirit upon us. Open our hearts to recognize your presence among us. Open our minds to respond to your calling. Enable us to draw upon the wisdom and experience of yesterday as we respond to the questions and concerns of tomorrow. Give us freedom to speak the truth boldly and with kindness. Give us patience to listen openly without prejudice. Give us confidence to discover and explore new possibilities. Give us wisdom to discern what is right and good and just. Give us courage to participate in your ongoing work of creation. Protect our community in this time of celebration. May you guide our decisions this day and always. In Jesus' name, amen.
Tim, that was beautiful.
That was good.
Yes. And there you are. Okay, we're gonna have a report out of closed session. I didn't see you back there.
Sorry, I was hiding.
You're fine. I would too.
Yeah. Good evening, President Tarpley and board members. Closed session started on time at 4:30 p.m. All members were present. We began with item 2.3, which was employee discipline. That employee requested to have the hearing heard in open public session. That occurred at 4:30 and concluded shortly after 5 p.m., roughly 5:02 p.m. And on that was item 2.3. And on a motion by Trustee Brady with a second by Trustee Wood to uphold the recommendation to terminate the employee, that motion was adopted 5-0. The board then proceeded into closed session at approximately 5:07 p.m. And item 2.1 and 2.2, which was real property negotiations and conference with legal counsel. That matter, direction was provided to the real property negotiator. Then item 2.4, another employee discipline, on a motion by Trustee Henderson with a second by Trustee Wood. The board adopted 5-0 the recommendation of Dr. Walden as the Skelly officer to impose discipline. The employee will be notified of that discipline. And closed session was concluded at 5:52 PM. And that concludes the report out from closed session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your help today. Announcement of items deleted or corrected from the agenda? Do we?
None.
Yes. Sorry. Public comments related to non-agenda items? Yes. Just kidding. You guys can speak, it's fine. And we are doing Board of Trustee polls? I thought we talked about
We're
that.
not.
We are not, so we're gonna, do I have an old one?
So recommendation from staff was to not do the Board of Trustees goals tonight because there was an open session in a special call meeting last week in which the board discussed its goals for pretty much 3 hours. So sorry that you guys missed it.
Sorry, and just note that that was a special session, not a retreat, because once again, no massage. Okay.
President Tarpley,
I'm very scared.
I
for what
want
you're
to file
about
a
to say.
claim because I thought we were going on a retreat, but
That's why I changed the name.
I just want to say for the people that,
Second.
I want to say for the audience and that's here and anybody that's listening from afar, I thought it was a great meeting.
Yes.
I think what we attempted to do, we got it right. You know, in these meetings, they come with some pretty serious conversation, which I appreciated from the other board members. And I thought that Guy Lease and his assistant or associate with PPL did a good job on keeping us on track. But I think from the audience's standpoint, the board, the goals were, I mean, we beat them pretty hard, and I think we're going to see some great things come out of this next year. So that was good. We didn't used to do this, so we're actually getting things done.
Yes, so on to the superintendent president's report, sir.
Okay.
Take it away.
First of all, I'd like to have Karen Ingleson come to the podium. Her last official day with the college is the 30th, but she is not going to let us see her after the 23rd.
Smart.
However, she's staying in the community and you will see her around.
I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Walden, and to each one of you trustee members, and especially to our student trustee, and of course to the whole community here. I just really want to say thank you. I want to say congratulations, and I want to say goodbye. Sort of in that order, short and sweet. I'm not known to be one short on words, but this is a very emotional time because it ends not just a period here at Victor Valley College, but this ends a full professional career, at least as a full-time employee, although I have no plans to do any work anytime in the next year or so, truly. Yes. On my last official day, I will be on a cruise on the way to Alaska.
Nice.
So jealous.
Yeah. But I say congratulations because, you know, I came here to a sleepy little college in a sleepy little town, and I am leaving a really tremendous, vibrant college with such a bright future, you know, and that wasn't a surprise, I think, to anybody who's here, certainly, but I think it's going to be a surprise to the community at large and to the rest of the world when you all really splash onto that national chart, right? Because you're doing all the right things for all the right reasons. And, you know, I know that you all are leading this campus, but it's these folks and the ones that they work for and the ones that work for them. And, you know, I don't know how many people are watching this show. I think everybody should, of course. But you all just are doing such right things, and I sure hope that we continue to care for one another, and I hope you all hear that, care for one another, take care of our students because they're worth it, and just our community is only going to get better and better, and as a community member, I'm just so excited to see what's in store. So as I said in my email to you all, when you see me in the streets, please say hello, all right? So thank you again. Thank you all.
Karen, if I could just throw this plug in, by the time you get back from your cruise, I think Spring Valley Country Club might have a new name. and it's improving by the day. And I know you like to play golf, and they'd probably love to have you as a member.
Oh, I have already rejoined.
Good.
I haven't been on the golf course yet, but that's.
They're making
that's
great
true.
changes.
Yes.
Just great changes.
Excellent, thank you.
So I just want to say, in the 3.5 years I've worked with Karen here, I can tell you a few things about her that I know are absolutely 100% true. One is she loves students, and she loves the students of Victor Valley College. She loves this college. She loves its work. She works very hard. I never once worried about, is Karen working? You know, what is she doing? Because I can't see where she is right now. I know she put the hours in. I know she put the time in, and I know she put the effort and the passion in. When I was, and I'll just tell you one little example. I was asked to put together a team of people who could think outside of the box, and this was, I believe, I'm trying to think in response to, seemed like it was part of the development of our educational master plan. And Marcy Drummond had asked me to put the team together, and I think I pulled about 10 people, but one of the people I had a no-brainer about putting on there was Karen, because Karen is always thinking of new things and new ideas, sometimes to a fault. But nevertheless, I wanted her on the team because I knew she would stretch us and make us think about bigger things. And so, thank you. I will miss you and appreciate the opportunity to work with you.
Nice.
And so now, after actually, how long was that meeting last week? 3.5 hours?
Something like that.
Robert Sewell, there's some interest here about recent surveys, and I promised the board that we'd at least give them a little bit of a taste of some of the things we've done.
Nice.
Hello, board.
Present to you.
Yes. Dr. Ingleson, congratulations. All right, so I went back through the last year, gave you just a rough outline of the surveys that were given here on campus, excluding the point of service or the point of center surveys that are done for the Study-a-thon and the Math Success Center, tutoring academic success, those that after service is provided, they survey their students. So we'll start in December 2021. This is not public knowledge at the moment. I've talked to the RP group this morning and got their report, which they vetted internally, but this will be coming out shortly. And so what you have on here, this was done in December of 2021, sent out to all veterans that are here at Victor Valley College. What you're looking at is a list of questions and responses. It's just an introduction. The full report can be shared with you when it's made public here shortly, within the next, probably the end of this month. And at the bottom are the colleges that participated. What you'll notice in the numbers is that very few veterans in these major colleges respond to surveys, and I think we're like number 6 or 7 in the state of California with the number of responses. So you have kind of the responses that were given, and that came from the RP group, and I was able to get that this morning. So I could report that and give you some facts concerning that. On the back on page 2 is something that we introduced in November of 2021. It's called the Wander Survey. Elder Tree, I believe you may have access to that or seen the profile of all of our students, a little booklet that was created. But I put the Wander Survey and the results of the survey concerning students and their decisions to stop attending Victor Valley College. So it's kind of an insight into the full report, which can also be sent to you, but I believe that may have already occurred, but this is to remind you of what had occurred in the past. So I just took a snippet from that, and this is on the first page, and it's where we're going as we re-image and repurpose the Victor Valley College here in the community. This was sent out to all students.
How many responded? Because it doesn't show the number of responses on there.
On the Elder Tree, if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in the 800 range.
talking about the Wander.
The Wonder Survey. We can pull that up and get you those exact numbers.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'm just outlining simply the surveys that were done last year about the timing, and then one fact or one photo so that you can kind of see what it's all about, and we can provide detailed information about each and every one of these. The November 21, the NACCC survey was the National Assessment of Collegiate Campus Climate Survey. This was done on the racial climate on our campus. I believe this came out of USC. The results will not be available until July 2022. And so when those come out, those will be shared with you as well. But I did want to outline that. That was again sent to all students that were enrolled here at Victor Valley College. So I can't provide any more details or any results from that because as I talked to Virginia Moran, those results are due out in July, so another month from now.
So possibly, Dr. Walden, with the gentleman that spoke at the community college, who Dr. Shannon has used down at Chafee to talk about the ethnicity issue and all those, that would be really important, I would think, to him.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
The fourth survey that was done in May of 2021 was Disabled Student Programs and Services. This was a survey that we sent out to all DSPS students. This came from the Chancellor's office, and I put a little snippet of the report that, again, that we can send, and I could send the full report to you. There were 12 questions that were asked of all of our DSPS students. This was done for the biennial report for the legislative report that was turned in at the state. And so the numbers down below are Victor Valley College, but then they also have statewide information that can be shared.
Any idea how many disabled students we have?
It varies from time to time. I believe that the number was somewhere between 400 and 600 or students that were access possible students, but not all of them sign up for access services. So
So on
we can
this,
get-
56 responded.
Correct,
Yeah, 56 responded, and one question, 54.
correct.
Okay.
So that way I kind of put something out there that gives you what the total responses might have been.
Okay.
In May of 2021, all students were sent by Dr. Walden, or I'd sent out on his behalf, a vaccination survey. And this has all the results that and I believe you may already have these as well. Just a reminder that this was a survey, like each month, there were surveys that were sent out to students. And so this is another one that was sent out, and the responses are listed in that survey. In April of 2021, a Healthy Mind survey, again, that went out to 10 to 12,000 students at the time. There were 825 responses. I put the results can be sent to you as well, along with the others, but I tried to keep this as short and simple and right to the point. But this survey is being used by our campus to create our visioning for how to address mental health within the framework of the VVC Caring Campus, the Basic Needs Office, and the Caring Campus behavioral commitments that we've made to the campus. So it's currently being used by the Basic Needs Office. I believe Amber Allen is now leading that with Dr. Engelson going to Alaska. So they're currently using that at the moment to outline the framework based on the responses that came back from our students. The seventh survey, again, I tried to pull every survey that was sent out to a multitude of students. Is something, March 2021, it's the NACS, which is the National Association of College Stores. It's a bookstore student survey that was sent out. Students responded. This is only one page of the student survey. The survey was also sent out to faculty and staff, so that's a separate result that can be provided and shared with you as well. This is only one page of information that I thought you might find interesting I knew tonight was going to be, or could be rather long with the other presentations.
Thank you, thank you.
And then
Thank you, Robert.
I've got one last one, if you don't mind.
Okay, one more.
The last one is the media preference survey. It's rather comprehensive, either local, state, nationwide. What I pulled was just the information regarding how often students open up their email. When we first sent this survey out, we were number one in the United States in the responses to the number of students that started the survey. So out of everybody in the United States, we were number one. And then we were number two in California with a number because we kind of slowed down, so we didn't beat Alan Hancock. And Dan knows him very well, and he said, well, you should have just beat the tar out of him, but we didn't.
Well, the last name is similar, it's Walters.
Anyway, those are the ones, the surveys that went out to a larger number group of students rather than a specified point of center, 10, 15 students that take tests. And these are the things that I'm aware of. I'm sure there were a couple of others that I wasn't able to pull up.
And Jenny is out on medical leave, so.
Right.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay.
For doing this in the midst of preparation for graduation.
Dr. Walden, Mrs. Moran lives down the street and drives by my house sometimes, once or twice a day. So last night I happened to be out in front and we always say hi and I said to her, I said, I'm looking forward to your presentation in July. And she said, I think there'll be some tonight. So I would say this, Robert, thanks for obviously filling in. I think it's really important, and I know part of this came from our meeting the other night where there was a discussion that we're doing too many surveys and that our students are on overload. Are we on overload?
We get a lot of stuff in our email, yeah.
Okay, well, I get a lot of
Thank you
stuff.
for your honesty.
I mean, didn't you see the video that we made a couple years ago where Rosie, our secretary, was like, oh, look, it's Robert again. Like, she made a joke, but no one's seen that video? I mean,
Roll that footage.
roll that beautiful bean footage.
Thank you for knowing where I was going.
Well, our point was that we try to be careful and not overdo it, but we do get accused many times of overdoing it.
Dr. Walden, I would say this, and I was proud to be behind the High Desert Survey. And we hired Cal State San Bernardino to write a professional survey for $16,700. And Dr. Sorotnik, I know that Ms. Shannon back there, wasn't she one of your teachers down there? Yeah, and really great lady. She's been down there 30 plus years. She said to me, Mr. Brady, I will tell you unequivocally, you will not get 2,000 responses. I have a pretty strong background in stats and data because that's all we do. And I said to her when I gave her the check, I said, I want 20,000. We didn't get 20,000. We came up short. We got 13,047.
Wow.
Out of the data that was very clear, there were 1,800 people that want to be invited to the party up here. So my concern to our student trustee is I travel a lot, and every hotel or resort I stay at, they send a survey.
Mm-hmm.
When Deb buys some on Amazon, like most of us, you get a survey. And there's a reason for it, and we do a survey with our clients because we want to know if we're getting better. So I was concerned that I'm concerned that we're not maybe asking the right questions, because when I talk to students, they say nobody cares or I don't hear from here. And I understand overloading people, but I also understand if we want to be the best, we have to have that expectation of being the best.
Right.
So that's the way that we do it. And having done the survey, I have some pretty strong feelings about doing surveys.
So we certainly.
When you go to a hotel and you get surveyed for the service, when students attend any of our tutoring 5-6 sessions and other, they are surveyed. And so they're not overwhelmed because that survey happens right after that point of service. So they, as the two young ladies sitting behind past and current in charge of that area, they do point of service with each and every one of those. So they do collect that data and information if it was appropriate and it was successful. And so they do quite a lot, and they're right here behind you. So just so you know, from that perspective, yes.
So I have an entire dissertation on this subject.
Oh my gosh.
I never
Roll
make
that
decisions, never make decisions without data. So that's just how I operate, and I've got a published survey, a published dissertation.
Survey.
It was a published survey. Well, the
So Doc, will we
the
be,
survey is in the dissertation, and that is a published dissertation.
so is Jenny going to be giving a presentation next month?
Yeah.
At this point, we haven't worked on that.
Okay.
We're-
But we're happy to share with you the results of that survey when we find it.
Thanks, Robert.
Dr. Scott, I believe that you were going to provide some additional information that was asked for at last board meeting regarding the breakdown of the calling campaign.
Yes.
I think there's a slide on this.
The PDF. Excuse me. So I had mentioned at the last board meeting about the calling campaign that the Rambassadors conducted, and they were about the students that were enrolled in fall of '21 but hadn't enrolled this semester or have been gone since '21 of the spring. And Trustee Brady asked that I bring back some, what did we find, or what were they saying? And this is kind of what it says. Obviously, overwhelmingly, they didn't answer when we called them back. So that's typical, though. I think if when you look at your cell phone number or whatever, and you don't, or if you see it's like, but not me. When work calls me, I always answer the phone. Isn't that right, Dr. Wald?
Good save. Good save.
You know what? And you even got it recorded too.
I bet you have your own ringtone.
But you'll see another column there for the inquiry form. Those are the ones that were the result of some of our outreach efforts. So we had that you may see them, you'll probably see them on a postcard coming to your mailbox shortly that says vvcforme.com. And some of our social media posts and other forms of communication, students, interested students or students who want to return fill out a form on that. It's called a landing page. So they fill out a form there, and then we get their information, and then in return contact them. And I got the raw data from Ginny, and it was interesting as I was going through it and this is a month old now. So it was 6,700 calls that they made. These Rambassadors, and some of them were, they've made 500-600 phone calls. That's a tough job. But so one of the things that came clear as I was looking at the raw data was some of them were like, I went to the fire academy in fall of '21, and I'm a firefighter now, so I'm not really taking any more classes at VVC. Or I graduated. We didn't separate that out. So that's a learning experience for us, right? That we're gonna have to clean some of that before we make those kind of calls again, which we are going to do for sure. But we got a lot of, I transferred to, a university, or I moved out of the area, now I'm at Chafee or wherever. So there's a variety of calls, but, I always tell the Rambassadors that they were doing such important work. Even, you can see the single, double, and some of the triple digit numbers there that they actually got people off their duff to come here and enroll, or see a counselor, or go to A&R, or fix whatever problem they needed to fix to get here. And I tell the Rambassadors, even if there's, out of your 6,700 calls, if we got 10 or 15 students to come back here, it was worth our effort to do that. So there's your data. I mean, if you have any questions about it, like I said, I look through the raw, 7,000 lines of Excel spreadsheet, which they fill out. Rambassador makes a call, and they fill it out depending on whatever the student says. What time they called, what the call was, and the comments that either the caller made or the Rambassador made, like no need to call the student back, they're at Chafee now, or something like that. So, questions?
Dr. Walden, Todd, I think it's great. Transparency is good for everybody. And I think it's even better when you say, next time I do it differently. High desert survey, there's all kinds of things I would do differently.
Sure. Yeah,
we learn all the time.
That's what it's all about, yeah.
So I just got to give a handout to Michael Edwards here. He ran the operation, hired their ambassadors, made sure they were on the phones, and then of course the ambassadors. I mean, I can't explain or tell them enough how much they've been appreciated in the work that they're doing. Not only phone calls, but they're at the high schools, directing students to the counselors and everything. I mean, it's an awesome group of students that they're learning a lot too, right? I always told them when they were making those phone calls, I said, this is something you can put on your resume too. It's like, yeah, customer service. I was calling people and, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Michael, go ahead and come up. He has a very short little presentation, but he wants to share with you. Well, I want him to share with you some good work.
Yes. Well, first of all, good evening to everyone in our audience and especially to our board president, Tarpley. Also to every single trustee member, good evening to you as well. And also our superintendent president, Dr. Walden. I want to thank everyone here for the opportunity to be able to come and present and share with you in a quick snapshot of what we're doing and what we're accomplishing out in the high desert community. So without any further ado, I'm going to try to hurry up and take my time, but I'm going to ask Tim if you'll go ahead and do the presentation first, and then I want to walk you through what we're doing and what the future is going to look like as we continue to recapture our audience. Tim?
Ram Center, the very first Ram Center in the high desert on a high school campus. What is a Ram Center? A Ram Center is a place where all students can come for assistance in enrolling in VVC, whether it's through dual enrollment or non-CCAP, which is like summer enrollment, or matriculation. So once you graduate, we will get that done for you. All the steps that you need to be fully registered and enrolled when you start VVC. There's a dedicated space on Silverado's campus with a dedicated VVC counselor designed to articulate all of our high school seniors to VVC and beyond using the Bridge program and our early college academy and dual enrollment.
And so what will happen is that individuals like who service programs like Malia will not even have to leave her area, but she'll be able to speak to students in here. A group will be here, they can talk to the teacher, they can ask questions. And so representatives from VVC will actually be able to speak to individuals who are here without even having to leave. Okay, so this is a glimpse of what the future looks like, but I want to show you how we're going to do it.
Welcome to Silverado High School.
But it was so catchy.
We're waiting for John Pinkerton to dance.
Don't try. Okay, so introduction to the VVC Ram Centers, the reset. One of the reasons why we're calling it the reset is because we're actually resetting what we do, and we're going to do it in a much better way. And as you know, basically coming out of a global pandemic, one of the things that I've learned as doing outreach is that you can no longer go into a household and just go after that one child. You have to go after everybody. That includes the uncle, the father, the mother, the sister, everyone. And the neat thing about that is that we have something here for everybody in every household. So, next one. So, the next generation of Bridge, with the help and support of the community, the outreach department will look to increase the percentage of high school seniors that apply for college admission, while also creating an effective, streamlined process for completing Victor Valley College's orientation process. Currently, the VVC Ram Center at Silverado has an in-process rate of 76%, which means that the 490 high school seniors, 374 of them are in the process of becoming fully matriculated. That's successful. That's at 76%. That's what we did at that high school, which also means that it can be done at other high schools. Next one. Here's the map. This is the entire high desert. Our goal is to own this. That no other college, whether it's Barstow, down the hill, or whatever, would have any need to come up here because we're that one entity, that one college that has everything for everybody. So here's our map. But here's what the map's gonna look like in the future. Next one. There you go.
There you go.
Those are the Ram centers that we will set up in those communities. And the neat thing about it is I'm gonna use Adelanto as I get ready to land this plane. See, I'm getting better. So, if you look at Adelanto, it is a community that does not necessarily have access to the buses. The buses may not run as often. People may not have transportation. So what we're actually doing is we're creating sites where people can actually stay in their community, go to a Ram Center, and do everything that they need to do in case they cannot get here.
Yeah.
Next slide. Here's where we are. This is the process. If you look at these schools that are in bold print, these are the top 9, the top 10 schools that we have, the larger schools. Our goal is to put a Ram Center in all of those schools. Where we are as of right now, Silverado is done, it's established. The 3 schools that we're going to launch in August, Ram Centers, is going to be at Victor, Adelanto, and Excelsior right across the street from us. Those will be the launch of the Ram Centers that will take place in August. Our goal is to have those Ram Centers up and running before the end of the year and to start focusing in and concentrating on all of those other schools. What is it going to take in order to make that happen? To continue to work on our relationships with the district. Also, we're going to be at their mercy in a sense to where we're asking them, give us a place where we can set this up. But the benefits of it is that if they do it, they allow that child to tap into the resources that will help them with their education, their career goals, and to become a successful VVC student. That's my presentation.
No, amazing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So our first target is to get in the top 9 that are our main feeders. But I have an idea that I haven't shared with you yet, Michael.
Yes, sir.
But you're going to love this one.
I'm waiting.
And we're going to put VVC on wheels with a motorhome that is a mobile traveling Ram Center.
Wow.
That will travel around to all these other smaller high schools.
I like that.
Be at the mall and other kind of
like
places and day. Don't you like that?
I like that.
We're going to do that, and the foundation back there, I believe, is going to help us get that motorhome.
Put that into
That's
the
great.
universe.
That's good. That's
That
good.
mobile center.
That's good.
I was thinking of your motorhome, but okay, well.
That's great.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not going in your motorhome, you got a dog. I think with that, we will have the foundation come up.
I'm figuring out how I can use it as a tax write-off.
Drive the motor home.
There you go.
So I can drive that puppy, so we're all good. All right, good afternoon, good evening, you guys. Trustees, Dr. Walden, student trustee, Clary. Hi. So I'm going to talk, I haven't been here for a few months. I ended up with a conflict on Tuesday nights. And I doubt if you've missed me because Kirsten does an amazing job. So, you know, she will continue to do a lot of that. But anyway, let's talk about Hall of Fame. Again, we want to thank everybody for attending, those that were able to attend our Hall of Fame Gala in April. And we'd like to share a highlighted video of the event. So, Tim? Scared.
On behalf of the Foundation Board of Directors and the staff and myself, welcome, welcome, welcome.
I want to welcome all of you here tonight. This is one of our events, one of the 4 major events we had this year to celebrate 60 years for Victor Valley College.
This event has always been about recognizing, giving, looking at the caring individuals of this community and who serve our community.
A tribute to the outstanding legacy of Victor Valley College, serving our region and the impact it will continue for many years to come.
Also, I just really want to thank the High Desert. Our community is like none other.
We still have that small town pride in our community, and we support the amazing students that will take us to that next level, and that's what this college is all about.
Our community is full of people who are hungry for opportunities, and they just don't have this financial stability to access it. And any investments into VVC's programs are a direct investment back into the community.
And we do this by supporting our students with your charitable contributions and strategic investments.
And Victor Valley College is serious about being the #1 college in the United States. We can give our students the best education possible.
More than anything else, our college ultimately represents hope.
Through the Victor Valley College Foundation, you guys have provided direct support for me when I needed it. So for me, VVC was the only place that I could have realistically began my journey.
Victor Valley College affords its students the ability to dream and dream big.
My time at Victor Valley College gave me a clearer vision of a brighter future.
That's what it's about. It's about giving people an opportunity to have a better life.
When you support this foundation, you support our college. And ultimately, you too instill hope in the lives of our students.
We need to never give up hope. And even though we're not done yet, we're going to get there. And I know that we will. So
I just want to say thank you for being here. Celebrate with us our 60 years. It's great to see you.
Yay!
That was a fun video, huh? Yeah, I really enjoyed that. So, all right, speaking about fun, the VVC Foundation hosted the drive-through scholarship ceremony today. We were able to award over $235,000 and just over 325 students for the 2022-23 year. So the students took part in the processional around the lake. We had a chance to listen in on a personalized VVC scholarship ceremony playlist. We also had Facebook Live event. We gave each student a small gift from the VVC Foundation. And after the procession, the foundation hosted a reception. That's something we hadn't been able to do the last couple of years in the SAC for our donors and scholarship recipients. I have to say, out of all the events that we do, this is probably my favorite. This is the one where our donors and our board members, we get to interact with the students. And since my husband took the pictures today, I've already got to see the pictures and they're looking really good. And, you get to see those happy faces. I mean, it is just where you really get to be up close and personal with the students. And, they're in their cars, they've got their friends, they've got their family. One lady had a dog with her today, which I'm like, that's good. I'd have probably brought my dog. And so, it's really, really fun, to have that interaction with the students. As we move on to our agenda, there are the quarterly foundation donations in the amount of $436,000. You can see that. An itemized expenditure list is attached to the item, and we encourage you to review the list to see how the donor funding is supporting the college and our student educational journeys. We have been able to assist over 260 students with their books for this summer, and the semester hasn't even started yet. This really helps in setting them up for success. And I can say, as president for the last 2 years and during the times and everything that we have gone through, the amount of checks that I've got to sign that shows the basic needs that we were able to help each, you name it, to be able to, make it through that time and continue their educational journey, is pretty amazing, to see. So that is kind of our quick foundation report. This will be my last report as president. I will move into that past president seat. And so there's a few things. Obviously, staff, they do it all. Kirsten, Glennis, Chris, Irene. We have been through a lot the last 2 years. Kirsten got a new job, I got a new job, and then we got COVID. So I feel like we totally knocked it out of the park. Our virtual events, you can go back. I was kind of reminiscing back through the things. I was thinking about our Hall of Fame, the one where we got sunburns in the morning and frostbite at night. If you were there, you know what I'm talking about. But through it all, we have held on to our mission of making friends and raising funds, and for the students of Victor Valley. So I think through the good, the bad, and whatever, we're there, and we can pretty much go through whatever's going to happen. Got to thank Dr. Walden. I've got to work closely with you. And I'm on the pursuit of excellence. And there's no way I can leave Aspen Congress. I mean, I got 3 years of my life in this, okay? So we have got to get there. I know we're going to get there, and I can't wait because I know they're going to achieve that. It's just a matter of time. And, you can't get rid of me. We sit on way too many other committees together and the rest of the community. I want to thank the trustees. You guys are always our biggest supporters. I thank you for the nice notes and stuff over the years you've written me, the encouragement. And, keep it up for Fred, because we'll have a whole new thing going on while he's there, and he'll have his things that he'll get to accomplish. And then, anyway, so I'm going to be past president in 16 days.
But who's counting?
And I'm like, who's counting? And, I'll see you guys tomorrow night at graduation, and I can't wait to help Fred and support him in his new role. So, anyway, thank you again, everybody. I'll be seeing you around. And any questions on any of the stuff that I said before? Nothing?
Actually, just a comment. This is on. Shannon, I want to personally thank you for it. It takes a lot of time and sacrifice away from your family. I admire the job that you have done and your staff's done. As far as the gala, I've heard, like many of you, thousands of speeches. I think the speech that Mike Nutter gave that night was a speech I will never forget. And while he went on long, and we're all going to laugh about it, I thought it was, I know Mike very well. When somebody talks from the heart like that, in front of your students and your partners, it's just a night that I'll never forget, and I'm glad I was there. Lastly, I kind of came in late today to the scholarship and got to meet a gentleman who my brother and I gave a scholarship today on behalf of our family. And I asked him what he was doing, and he said, I want to be a civil engineer. Nice. And I said, and where do you want to be a civil engineer? And he said, well, I'm going to VVC and I'm going to go to Cal Poly. And I said, well, I went to Cal Poly and he's going to go to the one down in Pomona. I kid him that I went to the real one, where we could really have a good time. But I was an entertainer in college, so I wasn't a good student. What he said to me is, I want to come back to High Desert and be a civil engineer. I guaranteed him when I shook his hand, I'll have 4 offers on your desk 24 hours after you graduate from Cal Poly. That's what this is all about. When somebody says, I want to come back here, that was like really cool. So I called my brother in Chicago, and I said, it was just nice to see a young man who wants to come here, knowing the challenges that we have, and that it started here. He loves college, and it was a great event. So it made our family's day.
Yeah, I think that is the thing, because especially having the reception, and we were able to, our family, we were able to talk to our recipient too, and it's just exciting, their hopes, their dreams, and where they want to go with things. And it's just, that's where you really get to see the impact it makes on students' lives. So, yeah, thank you for that. And who can't love Mike? I mean, we all love Mike. That's just all there is to it. So anyway, any questions?
Thank you so much.
Great.
You're welcome.
You're a pleasure.
Thank you. It has been a real pleasure to work with you as president of the foundation. But I'm glad you're still committed and you're going to be with us in all the other committees you and I sit on together.
So does that mean that Don Brown's no longer the ex-president, the ex-president, the ex-president, or whatever he calls himself?
We just moved Don around to whatever role you need.
We do that in commercial real estate.
So, quick COVID report. As we close the semester, we had no faculty with close contact exposures. We had 7 staff and 2 students. About 2 weeks before, we had to quarantine an entire class, and they just went to the Zoom because they had already learned how to do that, and class just kept on ticking. So thank you, Dr. Scott, for keeping that going. And Laura Hubbard, who is our COVID coordinator, is just doing a fantastic job in this role. So we want to thank her for that too. All right, moving on. Trying to keep everybody safe. I believe there's a method to my madness tonight, so I'm not just following this. You'll know why later. I think we're going to move to the facilities update right now. John?
I was wondering if we lost our place.
Oh, no.
Here's a couple of items for discussion. So could you bring up the,
All the same.
You have to read the whole thing
stat sheet?
right now.
So an update on the Stadium Event Center project, some stat sheets on the outreach that we've been doing. That's the one-page item that's coming to the board. So A&I Reprographics is doing our, assisting us with the bid. There are currently 68 registered plan holders for the project, 28 general contractors, and 40 subs. On April 14th, in the PAC at 9 a.m., we had a breakfast outreach session. There were 23 attendees that signed in, 7 general contractors, none local, 15 subcontractors, and 7 of them were local. We queried the database with California State License Board for all licensed contractors in the listed zip codes. We mailed letters with a flyer to 2,578 licensed contractors in our service area. On May 25th at 1 p.m., we had a mandatory job walk. There were 70 attendees that signed in. 20 of them were general contractors, none local, and 50 subcontractors, 29 of them were local. So that's the update on our outreach for the Stadium Event Center project.
And we are expecting to bring the winning bid to you at next board meeting. Is that correct?
July 12th, we're hoping. If anybody's seen the market or the inflation rates right now, I'm not getting a lot of sleep till after I see those bids. But so Tim, if you could bring up that other document, the log document, go to page 17. It's that the one on the left. There you go. Page 17 is where the change order logs start. So this is an update on the building 50, 52, and 55 renovation project. The 2021 final budget, the board approved $12 million budget for this project, $3 million for building 50, $3 million for building 52, $4 million for building 55, and $2 million for FF&E. So we have $12 million budget. As you'll see on that first page, our change order, our original contract amount was $8.6 million. So far, we've had change orders approved of $1,037,047. Revised contracts, $9.6 million. So your log shows basically every single change order that we've approved. We're up to change order 4647. So if we can scroll Tim back up, if there's any questions, I can highlight some of the bigger ones.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
What does FF and E stand for?
Furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
Awesome,
That's
thank you.
after we get the project built, we bring in the furniture and the equipment and the fixtures. So we've had, you'll see in that left-hand column, in the initiator, there's some unforeseen circumstances that you've been made well aware of when we've brought the change orders to the, we had shear walls that were removed that weren't supposed to be, have serious floor problems. You can see those there, wood sleepers, plywood overlay. We basically, when we found out about the floors, we had to basically cut the entire building because of the floor conditions. We were not going to take out all of the offices on that north face, on the lakeside, the north face side, but when we seen what was going on with the floor, we had to basically demo the entire, basically gut the building. There were a lot of, in the original contract, there was not any work in the president's area because we had just kind of remodeled it a little bit or cleaned it up when Dr. Walden came to the campus. We discovered some HVAC issues, some abandoned air conditioners, some other issues that we had to issue change orders to get that work performed.
On line 14, it says that this unforeseen circumstances, it says hold for the water track anchors.
The wall track anchors in building 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on hold and it's not priced out.
Okay. Do we know how long that's going to take? Because do we have to wait on that before the building can open?
No.
Okay.
That's, some of them will just get logged and they don't get, either reject them or they don't get priced.
Okay.
Any questions? You'll see a couple of shots in our EMP report of the inside of the building. Actually, there's a little collage of the whole gutted 55 to the finished product, so.
John, first thing I want to thank Dr. Walden for having you do this report. When I met with him last week, I voiced some very, very, very deep personal and professional concerns that we are not using a construction manager on any of these projects. He explained to me that when we did the one stop, there was a CM that was terminated, and then I know that was a CPM, or there's a local group that thing came in
After, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that delivery method was multi-prime delivery method. It's CM, construction management, multi-prime.
Correct.
That delivery usually requires that type of coordination.
Yeah.
Because you have multiple prime contractors that you hire. The stadium is a design bid build, so there's gonna be a general contractor, one contract with a bunch of subs.
With what I understand, because, again, the industry is small, so you get phone calls from people.
Sure.
That it's a cap price, right? So the contractor is going to be, whatever they bid, and they're going to be responsible to get it done. I am concerned. I voiced this to Dr. Walden. He has a lot of confidence in your ability to do this. I am concerned that 8-9% in change orders that sometimes we would call taking it out of contingency, because most projects are going to be 5-10%. So I am concerned.
Well, this project did have an allowance for $400,000 for changes. So.
Okay, so we're at double, and we're not done that.
Correct.
Yeah. So that.
And Dr. Walden, I think, has told the board that I do things one way, and that's the right way. This college has a history of cutting corners and ignoring glaring problems to stay within budget.
And I don't, John, nobody.
And now we're fixing it.
Okay, I don't think anybody's disagreeing on the issues that we've seen. I've been here for 11 years. We've had 5 buildings, and none of those buildings have we had an issue. They had a CM. There's a reason you have a CM. So maybe when we come back in July, maybe you could just articulate to the taxpayers, because this is where it's bond money, why you use a CM, why you don't use a CM. I've used CM before. before. I had to bring one in from Orem, Utah on a project in Lompoc, California that we were in. We had a huge train wreck. And he was the country's top residential CM. And we paid dearly for it, but we were in trouble.
That's one thing you do, is you
We
pay
were
dearly
in
for sin.
big trouble.
And Dr. Wallen and I have had the conversations. I was 4 years working in the business office of a large contractor, multi-billion dollar company, okay? I was on 4 projects.
And you know how they make money on change orders.
And no, that's not what I'm
Okay.
moving towards.
No.
I was on 3 projects that had construction managers. I did not have one good experience sitting on the general contractor side. Now I've been almost 20 years in community colleges. I've been on multiple projects with construction managers. I have not one good experience that I felt the taxpayer was getting their value. Dr. Wall and I have had that discussion. He's been kind of on the same level with me in his career. He's worked with construction managers. They sit between the owner and the contractor. I like to sit down with the contractor. I'm the owner's representative. And when I was working for a contractor, I would have loved to sit down with the owner to get things done and worked out, not the middleman. So that's my experience.
And mine is.
We've had that discussion.
Mine is, the last 2 colleges I've worked at, $700 million of projects. All of them with project managers, construction managers, and every single one of them was a problem. I came from a district that didn't think anything about 40% soft cost because you have to pay for them. And you got, this one gets fired or terminated or runs out of money or goes bankrupt or whatever it is, and then the next one comes. And so we have a good team here, and that's why we made an operational decision. The board told us they wanted a stadium and a convent center, and that's the board's thing. It's the what. And the board will be telling us what when they tell us when we give you the bid next month. But the how to get it done, we have a team of people here. Kevin back there and Morley, do you guys mind standing up? And along with John has 25 years in 8 or 9 California community colleges, and so that's why this was made. How to get it done, I think, that's my responsibility. The board hired me for that, to decide the how, and this was how that we decided to go forward with this educational event center and the track and field. So we have a good thing going. I think these 3 buildings have gone great. Most of the changes were in Building 55, and that was over all the reasons we presented to the board. Building 52 is practically done.
Well, 50/50 is just.
50 is practically done. We should be done when, Morley?
Building 50, we have some chilled water line leaks. It would be done by the end of this month complete. We're having material issues getting the chilled water piping. So end of July it will be completed.
So let me tell you a story on the chilled water lines, okay? This college put in a hydronic loop, right? Central plant put the loop in. Well, to save money, they didn't put new lines into the buildings. They used old lines. So these lines are leaking on the south side of 50. They're old lines that were never replaced when they put the chilled loop in. So we went out, it's not really part of our renovation project. So we went out and got a couple prices. And then we approached the general contractor because it's in his workspace. And we saved $40,000 with his price. Okay, that's being actively involved in the project.
That
We
makes
didn't
sense.
just, go out and get it moving. So that's the kind of relationship that we've built with Morley and Kevin and myself, working day to day with that contractor. He went out and got his sub price. We saved $40,000. So that's a good thing for the college. We're here to try to get the taxpayer the best bang for the buck. And that's what our hope is at the stadium.
And John, don't get me wrong. I know that's what you're doing. But as a trustee, I do have an obligation to ask a question. I think, Morley, do you work for the state? Are you a state inspector? Yeah, okay, yeah.
He works for the college.
John, we know how small the high desert is. When Lisa Lamb said we are the best kept secret and we're like the smallest, she made a comment about how small we are and how good it is to be small. Because I've been in the business, because I have a $125 million project I'm responsible for on Barstow. We own Green Tree and Asperry Road. That's going to start soon. I've had people call me. And I didn't have people call me before. So when
Why
they
are
call
they calling
me,
you, Joe?
they're calling saying, they hear this and hear that. And I just go right to Dr. Walden and say, this is what I'm hearing. And I think that when I talk to them, I don't think that most people understand the difference between a CM, a GC, or the multiple prime ways of developing, especially in today's market. I mean, when you have, we're aware of one of the cities has a major project they're doing right now. We know who the contractor is. And the contractor said to me the other day, I wish I had a CM to deal with because I'm having a hard time dealing directly with the client. Opposite of what you said, okay?
right.
So, and this is somebody that works for a company that's probably a $50 billion a year. So it's hard to argue with him when it's the opposite of what you said. So it's not a question of questioning. I do think that as a trustee, if I hear something, I think that's important to ask. And I just want to be sure that the building gets built and it gets built on time and budget, so.
Well, when I worked for the general contractor that I worked for, Guy F. Atkinson Company, which is a multi-billion-dollar company, we were a
You
subsidiary.
talking about Atkinson?
Walsh Construction out of Trumbull, Connecticut is the company, a subsidiary of Guy F. Atkinson. I was assigned to a jail we were building in West Contra Costa County. I got there in the second year of the project and there were 0 change orders processed because of O'Brien Kreitzberg was a huge CM company. They delayed, and the contractor was begging to sit down with us. We were begging to sit down with the owner. Look, can we talk about these? We're out hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we just get delay. There was not one change order process in the first year and a half of the project. And that's the kind of experience I had with Harry Vanner at Pelican Bay State Prison. I was there for 2 years, building the place, not an inmate.
That clarify
that.
That was good. That was a good point.
But I mean, that's the experience I've had, and I've had the same experience as the owner. I want to talk to the contractor. I want to be fair. I want to get the work done. And it's an industry that was created by the architects of the world because they don't want to do that work anymore. They don't want to manage the on-site project. That used to be within their 8%. Now they're at 9% and they won't do it because they created that industry. There are owners that need construction managers because they don't know what they're doing. But
John, on the architectural side, I agree when Dr. Walden was talking about Building 55 and where the walls were and why that. I said, was that a frickin' Chite deal? And he goes, yeah. And I said, so why did we accept those drawings? So we accepted those drawings. We didn't draw the drawings, but we accepted the drawings. Why did we accept those drawings and why didn't we hold? I know Gino. So I don't like the fact that they get what they get. Okay,
well,
I think it's absolutely crazy.
Well, they're not on our top list to hire for the next project.
That's what prevailing wage does. Okay.
Well, the fact of the matter is, their consultants didn't crawl up into the spaces they should have crawled up in, to verify what the conditions are up there. That's when we showed you all the HVAC issues and the VAVs that are clogged with, you couldn't even breathe in there. There's no way we'd balance that building. Well, their engineering consultant didn't get up there and look at that stuff because it should have been on the drawings,
But not to argue, but we accepted those drawings. You looked at
we're not going to crawl up into the space.
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay, but we accepted.
It's not over yet.
I get it.
They haven't got their last payment yet.
I was just going to say, that's what you have that holdback for.
But that's why he's so involved, is so that he can say they haven't gotten their last,
Understand,
right?
and, yeah,
I
so
don't
having these
know why we
questions,
want to distance that.
yeah, I think having these questions out here in this dialogue, I think educates everybody.
Yeah.
And maybe it sends a good, strong message to those that want to do business.
Exactly.
All right, so any other questions on the facilities
Well,
report?
Didn't you have it on the facility, or did you do both of your facilities? You
What?
done with the facilities?
Yeah,
report?
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought
It
there
was
was
a great
another
job on
part.
the mailing to the 2,800. So now we,
It was the current list. We got a lot back, because they hadn't updated their addresses, but that's all right.
What percentage did you get back?
I don't even know. I see the stack of envelopes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John.
At this time, again, I've got method to my madness here. We're gonna get there. At this time, we have ASB goals.
You got what?
ASB goals.
ASB.
Well, we already lost one of our ASB members because she had to leave, but I'll invite Senator Torres up if he wants to.
To do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Well, I mean, he knows that I kind of, use him for that every meeting. So I figured this is my last one. Might as well keep with tradition, But we do have a update for you. Since Deanne left, if you want to read hers, just let me know. If not, I'll read them. I have no issue sharing that responsibility with you. So I think it's safe to say this year has been an up and down year. I'd like to think that we ended on an up. Maybe that's just me, but it has been an absolute pleasure to lead this particular group of individuals to do some pretty darn amazing things. So personally, I know I wrote everybody a beautiful note at our last meeting, and I hope that Senator Torres took it to heart, because he did have some amazing growth this year, and I was extremely proud of him. So I am happy that he is here to share some responsibility, to read you guys a little bit of report. With that, I will go ahead and start. So one of our goals was the ASB will support the implementation of the Strategic Enrollment Management Plan. The council requests 2 student representatives on the Strategic Enrollment Committee. We desire to accelerate the registration process, increase access to counselors, and reduce the time required to obtain an ed plan. We request that the Academic Senate, recommend to the Superintendent President that Victor Valley College hire additional full-time counselors. The update on that is we know that ASB currently has now 2 student members that have been appointed to the Strategic Enrollment Committee. And we also know that Dr. Walden did hire more counselors for this year, so we consider this one a successful goal completed. Number 2, Fernando, did you want to read that one?
So goal number 2, to increase student enrollment and enrich the college experience, ASB Council supports the Superintendent President's 2021 goal of establishing a multicultural center which will celebrate all ethnicities, sexual orientations, and religions. Our update. We believe the center is underway and to be completed this fall.
Super excited about that. Did you want to read Deanne's, or do you want me to read Deanne's?
I'll go ahead and read hers.
Awesome.
Okay, goal number 3, transportation. Given the increasing demand for evening classes, the VVC ASB recognizes the need for VVTA extended hours of operation. The council will request additional bus services to accommodate the need for evening students. The update. The ASB attended the Victor Valley Transit September 20th Board of Trustees meeting to address agenda item number 5, unmet needs. Hearing for fiscal year 2021 and to 2022. ASB addressed VVC's unmet need and asked VVTA to extend hours of operation. This addresses 106 classes that we have that run past the time buses run.
Okay, so for number 4, the ASB will be ambassadors for social responsibility and environmental awareness by sponsoring events, including but not limited to Earth Day, Recycling Day, Campus Cleanup Days. The council will also investigate current and potential recycling options and opportunities for Victor Valley College and will work with the superintendent and maintenance and operations if improvements can be made. As you guys know, I did report on our Earth Day event. So we held that on April 22nd, where we encouraged students as well as faculty and staff to participate in the campus cleanup day. We have ordered our plaque for the tree that we planted. It's going to look a little something like this. I can pass it down for you guys. It's going to say crepe myrtle, Langerstroma indica muskogee, because that's the type of plant that, or tree that we did, planted by the VVC Associated Student Body in honor of Earth Day 2022. It is going to be a bronze plaque. I was able to talk with Ralph in maintenance and operation, as well as kind of just let Kevin know. We are going to be putting that on some type of stone and then putting that in front of the tree. With that one, we would also like to continue to thank Dr. Walden and VP John Nolan for moving forward on the plan to convert campus water fountains to the filtered water fountains, and this will help to continue to reduce the amount of plastic bottle waste on campus. For number 5, this was to increase academic success. To the Associated Student Body, we request that the Office of Instruction expand the spectrum of tutoring services to add upper division courses, including but not limited to chemistry, biology, and physics. Like we updated you guys previously, we originally were working together with Amy Azul, and she has hired in more tutors, and we continued to work with Elizabeth Duarte to continue that positive trend to make sure that our students do have tutors on campus. Fernando?
Our 6th goal, the ASB Council urges the President's Cabinet and Facilities Committee to establish a safe and comfortable student lounge. To promote the goal, the ASB Council will collaborate with the Facilities Committee and the student body to identify a feasible location on campus and appropriate resources. Our update, this will have to be addressed in the future, and hopefully the future ASB will pick this up next year.
I'm hopeful anyways, because I know that Senator Torres, this was kind of one of the ones that was near and dear to his heart, so I'm hoping that they pick this up for a retreat next time. So number 7, the ASB Council advocates for the creation of a basic needs center to assist students in the needs of clothing, hygiene products, toiletries, laundry facilities, and other essentials. Like we've mentioned before, there has been a big increase in addressing student needs on campus. Thank you to Dr. Ingleson and, Amber Allen for heading this, but it is in thanks to that basic needs allocation grant and all of their hard work. Number 8, did you want to do this or you want me to do it?
I can do it.
You got it.
Okay.
Last one.
Final ASB goal. The ASB requests the Vice President of Instruction to develop strategic partnerships with businesses and community-based organizations to generate CTE student internships. Our update for this goal is the ASB invited Charlotte Allen in for a presentation to be made aware of the different opportunities for students. ASB will help promote the different internships so that students are made informed.
We'd also like to thank Dr. Todd Scott, and I know a lot of the others that worked. I think you worked on this one too. This is one of the personal ones of yours. So thank you, Senator Torres. Like I said, I am extremely proud of these guys for getting this done. I can't take credit because they've been working on it all year. So I hope that was
well, I don't know about credit, but there is something about honor.
Oh.
And we want to honor you tonight. You have done an incredible job.
I'm coming at him if you knew about this. Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you, sir. Did you want to stay for our other presentation, or are you going to skedaddle out of here?
I'll stay for a little bit.
Senator,
All right.
can I ask you a question? What happened at the VVTA board meeting, and are they going to extend hours? And then I think somebody said earlier that there's a problem getting people from Atalanta out here.
Yeah.
I see buses going out to Barstow all the time, so that's a little bit short. So what came out of that VVTA board meeting?
To my understanding, and I can ask Advisor Sewell to jump in here, I know that they have been very short-staffed with how many bus drivers that they have. I know my son takes the bus to the college if I'm already at the college. And I know that some that are running every half hour have moved to every hour just because they don't have just the manpower. Advisor Sewell, did you want to add anything to that?
Once a year, we do a presentation. So buses are running out to the Regional Public Safety Training Center because we did a presentation 2 years prior. So they extended the route. The opportunity will arise, I believe, again in September to do this for next year's budget, since if we can present something to share that Atalanta was underserved, make the case, then they can consider it, and they can be put on their agenda to see if they'll get funded in January of 23 for the following year. So we did the presentation, but with COVID and there are other concerns they had, it wasn't something that we were able to address this year and be funded for. We stand back with the other agencies that fund. But we did do the presentation for the three of us that presented.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people that make up that board are all pretty active, public leaders and elected officials that get it. They understand how important it is that we have an educated workforce. The only way we get them is to be able to get them here.
This is true, yeah. Well,
Issues.
That rose to the top, slightly above this, whereas 2 years previously, we were at the top of the list when we were funded, and now that bus line goes out to VSBC.
Wow.
maybe this is just another one that we pick up again next year and try and work a little bit more on it.
Are
It's
you
possible.
returning to ASB?
He is.
Okay.
He
Okay.
is.
So
I
you
am
can
so
champion.
excited.
Huh?
You can champion some of those causes.
He'd be like, hey, we already know how this one works. Let's try again this year. Yeah,
Wow.
see?
But back to you,
Oh.
Pamela.
Mm-mm.
I just want to say what a pleasure it's been, and thank you for stepping up, because I know we had a few hiccups along the way, and you have been just phenomenal and such a pleasure. And I personally am very proud to know you.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
No, thank you.
And I would not only echo what you say, President Tarpley.
I'll echo it.
You've bought, your energy has been consistent. Your commitment has been, we've had some great ASB presidents, so I'm not, it's hard to say that you're better than any of them. You brought a level of, I think, maturity, commitment. I think the board knows that you're juggling a whole bunch of stuff, in your life. I mean, you've got a lot going. So I've been very impressed, and I've enjoyed working with you, and I've also enjoyed watching you from afar. And there's no doubt someday that I'll pick up a magazine or I'll see something and I'll say, I remember sitting next to her. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well, there's 5 board members in addition to you. But I would say this year, you made me smarter than all the rest of them put together, and gave me a really, really challenging time every time we did board agenda review.
Should we be offended?
I always feel so guilty.
I didn't push the limit with you, huh?
No, not as much as her.
The questions that I always had, I felt, and even today, I'm so sorry to have to make you make a phone call earlier today.
She beat
but
you out, Joe.
Huh?
She beat you out.
Okay, next year. Starts
Oh, Lord
tomorrow.
Jesus, help us. Help us.
No, I would just say it this way. It was all positive, and it was all from a heart that cares about the college and the students, and every question was legitimate, and I appreciate it.
And I will say this, you really talk about your care about the student. It's not your care about Pamela, it's always been about the student. And it's not that others have not had the same thing, but in my business, there's passion. You either got it or you don't, and you do have it, and it's always about the student. And some of not the fights that you've had, but I mean the passion that you have, that's what it takes to make things happen. Sometimes you got to piss people off along the way.
Well, I was always amazed at how on top of it, she was on top of everything all the time. She knew the agenda backwards and forwards. I mean, I was amazed.
Much better than we did.
Yeah, you did.
We are definitely going to miss
To the
you.
plate when it was
I
needed.
think it helps having, you know, a son that also goes to the college. That really kind of makes you look at it from two different perspectives. I can look at it from my perspective, you know, like what type of student am I? What would I like to see? But then I have to remind myself, I'm not the only one. I also have, you know, somebody who's younger that's looking at the college in a totally different way. So maybe that's where I brought a little bit more perspective. And I know that being a mother, I'm a little bit more organized, play by the book. If I don't understand, I'm gonna ask a question. I feel bad, but honestly, I don't want to come in here thinking that I know everything that's going on and then like FF and E. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Like maybe it's a question that will, you know, students do need to know that question, and maybe it's not, but you never know.
You're right.
So no, it's been an absolute pleasure. I am terrified for tomorrow, so we will see how
Me
that
too,
goes.
girl.
But other than that, no, thank you guys for having me. Thank you for Advisor Sewell and Mentor Isbell for, you know, kind of stepping up and pushing me along the way. And I've made some amazing relationships with a lot of you guys in the audience. I mean, everybody's had a huge part on helping me grow this last year. So it's really been a beautiful experience. So thank you.
You really stepped up to the plate. You really need it.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, you're now
So that was
single digit mention, right?
Oh.
No, we're good.
Graduating
Let's go.
tomorrow.
No, she's worried
No,
about
I'm not
tomorrow.
graduating tomorrow.
The graduation's easy. It's driving the pass that's hard.
Oh, I don't have to do that
She's
though.
worried about saying that they're
I'm the
talking
talking. Yeah, the talking.
She has
part.
to give a 30-minute speech tomorrow night.
Yeah, a 30-minute
It's not
speech.
30 minutes.
That's exciting.
Yeah,
That's exciting. Can I
30
please get my
minutes, right?
slideshow, please?
So now you guys know my,
30 minutes.
We're counting on a 30-minute
All right.
speech.
No, not 30 minutes.
now you know my madness
Okay.
that led to, our methods were leading us to, so that we could conclude the president's report
Yay.
with one of the favorite things that we do all year, and that is a tentative budget review for the 22-23 year.
Thought you were going to.
And I just wanted to have, John, one of the things, splitting his workload tonight, so.
Okay.
Welcome back from vacations.
Yeah, exactly. So I will preface this with, you know, we did the budget forum last Thursday. Went pretty well. Not one question from the audience. But that's,
It was.
you know, so you guys got a high bar to
How many people did you have?
42, I think, right?
Yeah, and what we couldn't believe, we kept begging, does anybody have a question? I mean,
Are you
no one
sure?
has
Or
a
we thought we
question.
were on mute or something.
You're on mute.
Hey, bonus points if you can make it exciting.
Wow.
He's
okay.
already been yawning,
Gotcha.
just FYI.
Next slide, please, Tim.
Already like.
Economic update. COVID-19 has disrupted the student-centered funding formula due to low enrollment. So we're still suffering low enrollments across the state. So we're building a little bit back, but some people are still losing. So I guess the good news is that Gavin Newsom had $97.5 billion surplus to play with. And he actually was, in the May revise, he was pretty generous to community colleges, but he didn't put up a big fight. There was about $500 million appropriated in the January budget, or proposed in the January budget, for scheduled maintenance instructional equipment. At the May revise, with a pocket load of money, he put another $1 billion into it. And in my career, I've never seen that. That was $1.5 billion he put into scheduled maintenance and equipment. That could have been excess of $11 million for VVC. But then he sat down with the legislators and they chopped it in half to $863 million, something like that, which will still be about over $5 million for the district. And then I got to fight with Dr. Scott on how much gets put in the instructional equipment and how much we can put into the roofs. And sewers.
Vacation day the wrong day.
Yeah, he did last year. He didn't get his big chunk of the pie last year because he was on vacation. Dr. Walden and I made it a strategic decision. So anyway,
When you're gone, the train keeps going.
like I say, it was really a pretty good May revise for the system. I've never seen he had a $750 million recommendation for basically just discretionary fund for each college, which he wanted to target the increases in our benefits and the retirement, and we would be able to, basically give the boards discretion on using those funds for long-term liabilities. And he got to the state legislature and they threw it all out. I don't even know what it's going to look like, but so they've reached their appropriation limit at the state. They're doing some counting juggles to try to keep underneath the appropriations limit. So there might be some energy in the capital to start changing that GAN appropriation limit. But I think if they throw stuff into capital projects, then it's not counted towards the GAN limit. So they've got a lot of money in capital improvements across the state. Next slide, please. 22-23 starts in one day after Shannon leaves as president, July 1. Revenue recap of the current year. At advanced apportionment a year ago, our total computational revenue is calculated by the student-centered funding formula was $60.7 million. At first principal apportionment in March, calculation went to $70.5 million. And a caveat, and you'll see the actual document from the Chancellor's Office website, in March, they still had a revenue deficit of $2.3 million in the calculation. So everybody's making the assumption if you have $97.5 billion, you sure aren't going to short us 2.3, right? So the next slide, please.
So John,
Yeah.
clarify, it's actually a question I would ask. Can you go back one slide?
So does
The difference between
this doesn't count as a board question though, right?
I don't know, probably not.
Okay.
No, clarification for me.
Okay.
The difference between the 60 and the 70 is because there's a COVID, what is that?
Emergency conditions allowance.
Emergency
calculation.
condition allowance. So what the advanced apportionment, as I understand it, was if they were going off of our actual FTES.
Correct.
But we got the 70.5 million because there's this COVID emergency allowance, which is allowing us to count pre-COVID FTES attendance
We're
numbers.
funded at that pre-COVID
Right.
level.
So that was not a question, there's a clarification.
Actually, you knew it better than I did.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, next slide. So this is the actual Exhibit C that's on the Chancellor's website. And you'll notice this number, total PCR, 7596, 360. So you'll see that in our documents. We don't make that up. We don't estimate it. We have no idea how they get to it, but that's the number they give us. So the next slide. Governors may revise. So based on the governor's May revise, a tentative operating budget has been prepared for this next fiscal year. The district shall, these are just kind of district's general rules. We will maintain legal compliance with the 50% law. The district will develop, this is new, the district will develop a budget with a recommended 16.67% state chancellor's ending fund balance. So if you recall, in the bad years, you only have to have 5% when you have no money. But now they've come up with a recommendation system-wide. You have 2 months of operating expense in reserve, which is basically 16.67%. So it's currently a recommendation working its way to a mandate.
And John, I would say this, I think our board unanimously supports that. I know in the early years I was on the board and we were on the brink of disaster, we were at 5%.
Yeah.
And we couldn't make it. So it's nice that now the board has changed and understands how important that reserve budget is.
Right. Yeah, you know, last couple of years ago, you put a board reserve in there in addition to the state managed reserve, so you can build the reserves up. But this is gonna be pretty telling for a lot of colleges. You gotta get to that 16.67. So the program review, planning, and budget development process will guide the allocation of resources. Vacancies due to retirement or resignation will not automatically be filled.
Just for your information, that is an accreditation standard. So they do not want you to automatically just fill a position because it's vacant. They want you to look at your institution and decide, is this the best thing for the students in the college? So that you evaluate every single vacancy. And so that's a standard, accreditation standard.
So this budget assumes that the revenue projections will cover the projected expenses. This emergency conditions allowance ends June 30 in this current year, but I think we just got an email today saying it's going to be extended another year. So that came in today, I believe. Huge, not a huge COLA, but a large COLA compared to the zero we got a couple of years ago. 6.56%. It's about $4.7 million. It's 44619 or something. So that's good news. This is the bad news. PERS is going to increase by 2.46%. STRS is going to increase by 2.18%. Health benefits increase was about 8%. It's almost $500,000 for next year. We still are benefiting from the early retirement incentive that we did a few years ago. That was the programmed savings for this year, the projected. At the final budget in September, we'll have a more accurate number. We're hoping it's larger than that. So this is our projection for revenue. Total computational revenue, 75 million. We're assuming it will be fully funded. That's going to give us a surplus of about 2.7 million with a projected ending fund balance a year from now at 19.9 million or 25.21%. So far, there's no planned deferrals or the state's not doing any shifting. But if you're following the inflation and the stock market, that could all change tomorrow.
So the 16.7%, well, we already this year are at about 20%.
Yeah, we can go to the next slide.
And so that'd be a 25% reserve.
That's kind of small, but this one's probably better up here. But. So in 2021, that was COVID. We weren't hiring like we are now. We ended the year with almost $6 million excess in revenue. Got us to an 18.46 reserve level. So that rotates up to the top. So the left hand, if you could scroll down, Tim, a little bit. So at the adopted budget, we start out the year at 18.46%. We got a 5.07% COLA in the current year. Our projected actuals, which is the third column over, we're projecting that we'll have a change in fund balance of about $4 million. We'll end the year at 17.2 million fund balance, which is 23.16%. So next year's projected budget, that number rolls up to the top. That's our beginning fund balance. That number, that's right there. Our revenues come in with a 6.56% COLA. Then you go down to our expenses. We've got everything that we know in the expenditure line items. We have budgeted about an 8.8 estimated inflation rate for a couple of those line items. And when you get to the large one, the $1 million line item, or the, scroll down, or just a little bit, yeah. Services and operating expenditures is where our fuel, our transportation costs, we actually bumped that up about 10.5%. Because as we know, he can get the motor home, but we got to put fuel in it. Unless it's electric.
There goes the reserve.
Yeah.
But we know that gas is more than doubled in 2 years, so that's more than 8% per year.
Well, yeah, we threw in 10.5. That's not the only line item in there, but yeah, it's, our fertilizers have doubled. Or it's, anything petroleum based is just, expensive. So we're projecting $2.7 million revenue over expense. That would end our fund balance at 19.9 million, 25.21%. This is the tentative budget. We're starting to close the books for this current year. These numbers are going to change. This is with the best information we got. I hope the governor comes up with more scheduled maintenance money, but I don't know how he's going to do it.
Well, if it helps, the legislature, before they finally finished, they sent a $1 billion.
Did they?
To
That's better than nothing.
So they're still 500 million apart. So we'll see what they come up with.
Yeah, we could use all the dollars we could get in that area. We got some pretty shoddy looking roofs. Okay. Categoricals, the May revise. So a lot of the programs got the COLA, Access, EOPS, Apprenticeship, which we don't participate in. The SIA funds got a 5% adjustment. Mandated block grant reimbursements, 6.56. There's the deferred maintenance that we thought was in there. We won't know till the governor signs the budget. So next up got an increase of 10 million. I'm sure Amber will get a few bucks. Integrated technology. They're going to put a lot more money into technology and quite a bit more into security for the entire system. So hopefully they can keep the cybersecurity. You'll see in another agenda item later in the action agenda item that the increase in our cyber insurance is just, we get less insurance for more money. Next slide, please. Budget overview of all the other funds. So here's all the funds in the district. We have a beginning balance of $109 million. We're going to get revenue of $183 million. We're going to expend $202 million, and we'll have an ending fund balance of $90 million. This is just, you can take it to the bank. No, you can't.
I was going to say this is tentative.
Yeah.
I'm going to the bank yet.
So you'll see fund number 39, that's the GIC, 15.8 million. It's still earning 7% interest. So we're you'll see the capital outlay fund, which I think started this year at about 8 million. It's down to 2.2. But what we're doing is we're funding that project, the renovation project, out of the capital outlay fund and maximizing our interest on the GIC. Because you're not going to get 7% anywhere. And it runs out in a couple of years, but that GIC fund is supposed to fund this $12 million. So.
Yeah, so the GIC can only be on the books for 2 more years, but we're just leaving money in there, paying for stuff out of other funds so we can earn the interest.
So we're working with the county. We're going to work with the county and the auditors to try to make sure we're in compliance as far as borrowing from other funds. We're just trying to maximize that investment because right now the county and the other, investment pools aren't really paying much, right? And they're actually, if you look at our trust funds, the first 6 months of the year, none of them are making money. Of course, if I look at my 401k, I'm not making money either.
Right.
But so I think next is probably an overview of the COVID funds. So you'll see on the top portion is the student aid portion. So we had $23 million, $23.5 million available. We've actually granted $18.7 million to students. We have $4.9 million left. Institutional funding, we had 31.1 budgeted. We've only spent 8.4. We got 22.7 left to spend, and it's been those funds have been extended through next June 30th of next year. So we'll be actively spending those funds as we can.
So that money's not actually sitting in our bank. It's with the government. We just draw down on it as we use it.
As we
So-
expend it.
So you wouldn't have seen that money in the.
In the previous slide.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any questions?
My only question is how long can Joe pretend he doesn't have? But that's not a question for you.
Okay, thank you.
And thanks to Karen Hardy there too.
We do have our MP ready. You want to cue it up?
Let's go. I thought we were doing it next month, but we can do it tonight.
No, we decided collectively we would do it. So, Tim, do you have the slides for that?
They're all here. Okay.
Bring some of my team up here.
John's name.
So I'm the last one, I think, to present our EMP progress. So it's not a pretty sight. But Deanna Sanabria Murphy is the advisor for Phi Theta Kappa, and of course they have an event going on right now, so she couldn't be here. So I'm going to do hers. Administrative Services manages essential operations and systems needed to ensure transformational student experiences. Administrative Services updates. Auxiliary Services, Campus Police, Fiscal Services, Facilities and Construction, and Payroll. Now, IT actually reports to me most of the time. They did their song and dance earlier. So since they're on the president's cabinet, they had their own little deal. So auxiliary services are that department's near horizon goals are the department got managed print services, performing arts center, a Rams bookstore, and she didn't put on there facilities rentals, which is an important part. So manages print services is a little kiosk. You see those? They're in a few locations around campus. They accept credit cards for students. That system, we've had some bumps in the road, but I think it's, Dr. Todd Scott might say that they're working pretty good now, but he might not say that. Performing Arts Center, update administrative and operational procedures. As indicated in auxiliary services near horizon, which is critical as the structure for pricing, support, and staffing of these facilities requires flexibility as well as financial sustainability. So if you don't know, that Performing Arts Center is a very busy place. So it takes a lot of support staff to support all the programs and a lot of the rentals. There's a lot of rentals, and they're coming back. They're not back to where they were before. Next slide, Tim, thanks. I don't know what that does, but it kind of jumped.
Makes it exciting.
There you go.
All I know is you didn't do it.
No, you'd see just kind of, probably not much background in mine. Auxiliary Services, Rams Bookstore. Automate course changes to include added sections, instruction, additions and changes. This will also include live registration data in order to make appropriate purchasing decisions and lessen stock shortages and increase financial outcomes. So I think there's a little sample of their online system. Automate the processing of voucher and accounts receivable, student charges at the Rams bookstore website. So there's the payment methods accepted at the virtual bookstore. Campus Police, Chief Knight.
How are you doing? Good evening, board, Dr. Walden. Our 3 goals in New Horizons is focused on developing an environment that is conducive for learning and safe. So Campus Police, we're focusing on 3 specific goals. The first is being to reimagine our police department. Number 2 is that we are going to establish more of that student and faculty engagement, as well as create discussion groups here on campus. And number 3, and lastly, we're going to be working in conjunction with the IT department to implement a external camera plan. Now, next slide, please. When we're talking about re-imaging of our police department, we're looking at continuously assessing our department policies and goals. We're focusing on the student and the faculty engagement here at the college. So, you see us doing these community forums and different events to make sure that we build that relationship. We're focusing on doing more foot beats around the campus. We want to ensure that we provide that personal interaction with the officers and the students and the faculty and staff. We want to make it a personal interaction when the students are talking with the officers, so they're not just looking at them as police officers, but someone that can assist them also. And so we're also ensuring that our enforcement includes the mental health services versus just arresting someone. And you'll see that we are acting with all those referral groups to make that happen. So we do those referrals. We have that test, triage, engagement support team here. We're making those referrals not for just mental health issues, but any other issues that could relate to public safety concerns here on campus. Can we do the next slide? Now, establishing these discussion groups, critical in us ensuring the engagement and openness on campus. And we're doing that we build team leaders here to interact with the various staff and to be in charge of specific goals. We've developed brand ambassadors, focus groups where we reached out to Michael Edwards and his staff to ensure that we're engaging and talking to the students. Yes, if you read those emails that we sent out, we have facilitated community forums here on the college to address any concerns of the faculty, staff, and students. We've done 8 in the last 6 months here on campus. We are training our building emergency coordinators so they can ensure that their buildings are safe in any type of situation here on campus. And we've done that engagement. I don't know if you've been to our Cocoa with the Popo event, and that's where the students have the opportunity to engage and talk with the officers and build those relationships that we need to get issues of concern before they become issues here on campus. And we want to maintain and develop that open line of communication with our staff and students during this particular process. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, this is goal number 3. And working in conjunction with our IT department, we have developed a 3-phase camera plan, which we believe that will be that added resource here on campus to ensure safety here. Phase 1 is to put cameras in all the entry points and exit points on campus. Phase 2 is putting cameras in those parking lots. And then the final phase, phase 3, is having cameras in the building. So in addition to this particular goal, our team has been researching the funding ways and methods of implementing this three-phase plan. And we have been working with IT personnel as well as vendors to ensure that we can produce an affordable and efficient plan to address public safety here on campus. And lastly, for us as a police department, we've completed somewhere about 35 to 40% of our goals of these three goals, because we're trying to ensure that campus engagement and community relations type of department. So when you view us coming to the scene, we're not viewed as just that police officer there to make arrests here on campus. And next, I'm going to be introducing the deputy superintendent again. Where did he go?
Chief,
Yes.
will your cameras be able to read license plates?
Yes.
Because that's really important now.
Yes, when you do the entry and exit points, we'll be able to identify cars by vehicle license plates as well as description, as well as people in the vehicle itself.
What about in the parking lots, though?
When we get to the same thing, we would develop the parking lot cameras to do the same, read, pick up license plates. And then the vehicle buildings would do the same as far as, we have gunshot detection system right now, if you didn't know that, in various buildings. So we would enhance that camera system to connect with that.
Oh.
Can I ask a quick question before you leave, Chief Knight?
Yes, go ahead.
You had mentioned mental health training for the police officers, and I wanted to ask, has that already been implemented, or is that one of the ones that's still on your list to need to be completed?
Yeah, so there's a mental health intervention training that we want to ensure that everyone gets to attend, so they get the skills and the abilities to interact with people that have mental health issues.
Mhm.
So we're working to do that and ensure that the officers can interact and engage and understand various situations versus just encountering and then arresting someone.
That's amazing, because I know that that's been one of our big goals this year, was to make sure that people coming out of COVID, if they need those resources or that special attention, are able to be directed towards that. So
And-
I applaud you guys for educating or wanting to educate the police officers in that to help combat that. Yes.
And not only that, we brought the test program here to the college,
Amazing.
the triage engagement support team, for that referral process for interaction with the police departments. And so when we get those issues that can lead to other problems later, that we address those early.
Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are going to be doing some great work with that. Yeah, we're glad to have you guys on that mental health first aid train. So thank you guys for that.
Okay, fiscal services. So Karen Hardy, our interim fiscal director of fiscal services, informed me that board presentations was not in her interim job description. So I will butcher the fiscal service.
That's a good outcome.
She just used to say that because she's interim.
Yeah. Near horizon goals, fiscal services, digitized forms. We're trying to modernize and digitize our forms. Revise and review administrative procedures. This is what I've been wanting to do since I got here, but I haven't had time to get to it. Travel authorization, AP, and transactions. Next slide, please. So our goal is to convert all paper forms to electronic, including travel authorizations, employee expense reports, credit card forms, fee petitions, loss receipt memos, basically everything. Expand on lessons learned during the COVID pandemic to shift to paperless process, both internally and with the county's district financial services. And I'm sure, Board President, the county can now take stuff electronically.
It's a miracle.
They got smaller vans now because they're not packing in bank boxes full of AP and everything every time they come to the campus. So that is one good thing that COVID did for us, was digitize a lot of our transactions with the county office of
Are you
ed.
guys using a vendor?
No,
No?
not.
Highly recommend it.
Yeah. So,
Is it next gen software we use for that?
well, we're using that for our processes, and That's Raina's baby. Her middle name's Next Gen. Fiscal services. Review and revise board policies. Like I said, this is what I've been wanting to do since I got here. Our fiscal services people work way too hard. You know, we have to bring to the board a contract over $250. You know, we have to prepare board items, and it's just, in the modern world, that's not my last my last district. You didn't cut a purchase order if it was less than $5,000. Well, we're cutting purchase orders for $79.12, you know, and then it costs you $80 to process everything. So that's high on my list, but I only came here for 8 months. So, next slide, please. So that was the old dreaded AP travel AP. Oh, Kevin Gee, our director of facility or maintenance and operations. You're up.
All right. So our goal one, work on our aging infrastructure, providing clean, safe, and well-maintained facilities for instructional delivery. Yeah, this is building 30 where we had a sewer collapse. We're going to provide clean, safe, and well-maintained facilities and for instructional delivery. This was quite a big issue for us over here in building 30. Back in the 90s, they built this load-bearing breezeway over a manhole that's 15 feet deep that collapsed.
So there's a shot of the actual manhole behind the fence there. So now we got to rebuild that breezeway around the manhole this time.
Yeah. So go ahead, Tim. So this is one of the projects that we did. You can click a couple more, Tim. This was around our central plant, the lack of maintenance and overgrown. So we removed all of that. A lot of the projects that we'll be doing, we'll be removing the high maintenance plants, going more drought tolerant, cleaning it up to where we can maintain more with less staff or with what we have more efficiently. So this is what it looks like afterwards. So you can actually see the central plant. So what building is this? This is building 55. Yeah, this is 55 during construction. We had a lot of issues during that. It's inside now. It's a reception area. The outside. Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That building came out really good. So we're going to plan, design, and construct facilities that supports distance education, smart classrooms, and office technologies that support the streamlining of education delivery and office function. This is building 52. This is inside the Rams Cafe during construction, and this is inside of 52 as well. That's also the Ram Cafe. Yeah.
Does that mean we finally have a floor on the Rams Cafe?
You do. We had to tear it all out when they first put that building in. There was no clean outs on any of the sewer. The sewer was all messed up. We did it right and had to tear up more floor.
But the floor is actually, it's got something other than dirt. We're
Yeah.
progressing
It's
then.
concrete now.
Yeah. So now we have Raina, payroll.
Good evening. Last but not least. Put my glasses on so I can read my little script here. I'm Raina Bastillos, the payroll manager. I'm excited to be here to share payroll's progress on the EMP. My near horizon was the establishing workflows, automating self-reporting, securing sensitive information. I focused my goals on technology. Good news, we are finally leaving the 20th century. Leaving, we're not there yet, but we're getting there. I'm excited. Leveraging technology has improved data flow from the campus to the payroll office. The antiquated methods of the past will soon be behind us as we move toward a paperless office. By implementing updated technology and processes in payroll, staff and faculty can optimize their attention to students' teaching and services rather than being burdened with the concerns of where their paperwork is at in the process. By alleviating these administrative tasks via automation, unnecessary paperwork and time hunting it down have been eliminated. The data is at our fingertips. Redesigning key processes and procedures is necessary for VVC and the payroll department. It strengthens organizational efficiency and institutional effectiveness. Establishing workflows for all paper forms administered in payroll. Payroll's goal of establishing an electronic workflow method with the delivery of documents to the necessary parties via auto routing with the ability to check the status in real time has given the campus the required tools to operate more efficiently. Okay, so this is that antiquated I was mentioning to you. So one of the implementations is the faculty contract. So prior to the implementation of the faculty contract, and I don't know if you can see from these images, just kind of the sheer volume of what my office dealt with as far as processing. This is a glimpse of fall 2019 pre-COVID, so we could give you a real sense of what it was like normally prior to COVID. 874 contracts. Payroll touched every single one of these contracts. This does not include every section within those contracts. So you're just talking about 874 and just multiply that over an average of 2 to 3 classes. These contracts had to be printed, sorted, and picked up by the divisions, and divisions then had to contact employees to obtain their signatures. Timeliness was challenging, especially when dealing with constant changes at the beginning of the semester. By the time payroll received signed contracts, some changes had already occurred to the faculty's assignments. These images are from 2019, I've already stated that. Payroll staff processed all incoming contracts. This count does not include additional entries for the individual sections. For example, one contract can have multiple assignments. One more? There you go. Welcome to the 21st century. And then another one. Okay, so this is our faculty contract online. And then one more. And this is a workflow. It's going to be hard for you to read, but just as a demonstration of how we've taken the paper processes that I've described and how we've taken now the new methods and in-house, in payroll, have taken the tools and automated our processes within our department. Contracts are automatically sent directly to the faculty for signature, and electronic reminders are set up. With online contracts, payroll can perform audits electronically, ensuring that employees are paid timely and accurately. In the past, we were visually comparing one by one each of these contracts, visually comparing system reports to paper. Next slide. Automating payroll self-reporting. So absence reports is one of the forms in our office that we've automated. In the past, absence reports may route to HR depending on the type of absence reported, and payroll would save the hard copy document to a shared drive with payroll and HR. The new workflow has rules you can program to route appropriately based on conditions. These are just 2 examples. We have migrated to electronic workflow. We are working smarter, not harder, and being environmentally conscientious by saving lots of trees. The last EMP is the secure portal. Implementation of this portal was a way to ensure employees' personally identifiable information, PII, was protected from attempts to breach it. This portal requires dual authentication through single sign-on. And this is another example of assuring employees that their information is safe. And it's listed examples of what forms are. You can upload your tax forms, direct deposit, with the backup and retirement forms, anything with sensitive information, Social Security, date of birth. The employee can now retrieve a form from our website, complete electronically, print it out, take a photo, and upload it securely. Before I close, I want to thank Haley Teeter for her contributions to the payroll slides and Deanna Sanabria for her assistance in putting this presentation together. Thank you for this opportunity to present my payroll updates. The Administrative Services Division will continue to move forward in improving the student experience by providing critical support to our campus stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you.
But before you do, what you just heard was taken right out of this.
Beautiful.
So every division of the college has reported now on what they're doing to implement this educational master plan. And so, thank you. It was wonderful.
John, great report. I mean, not,
Yeah.
Everything you did.
I'll tell you the one email that anytime that Raina sends out something, I know that, you know, if we ask her a question, you respond right away, and we really appreciate that, and your whole staff does. So we don't interact with a lot of different departments up here, but we do interact on our small stipends or whatever we get here, so I appreciate
Go
it.
ahead. So we're going to take a break. Thank you.
How long?
5 minutes.
contentious, huh? I know.
Let's go ahead and call to order at 8:21.
Ooh, that was a long break.
Sorry for the long break. I needed the scones. You want me to do it more?
Really?
Goes down all by itself. Yeah, I had that one last meeting.
Wait, what happened?
I had that one last meeting.
Oh no. What's doing to your mama? You put something in that Capri Sun? Are you sure?
It goes down all by
She
itself.
got the giggles. Is that common? Yeah. The giggles are common? I know I get them when I'm super
tell you
tired.
later.
Is it a super tired thing? Oh.
I'll tell you later.
What are you giggling about?
Nothing. No, what? Who's giggling?
You're giggling. I hear you.
Okay. All right. So now we're gonna. Oh my God.
Go on. What else?
Hold on. I gotta dry my tears. All right. Academic Senate, sir. Looking sharp.
Look at this, look.
Board of Trustees, Dr. Walden, our illustrious and outgoing ASB trustee. Thank you, those of you that are here this afternoon or this evening. I just want to talk a little bit, I believe Tim has a PowerPoint. But first I wanted to echo, right, as I listened to the administrative services items earlier. And I think I've lamented a couple of times how long I've been here, 27 years and counting. I really feel a difference culturally in terms of what the administrative services people are doing, right?
Yay.
I mean, it's really noticeable. And, Kevin G, I called him and the change was made like then. I saw him and had some recommendations for a classroom I was in. He got right on it. Right, and the M&O people that come in to clean the offices are just so courteous. So I just wanted to, that it's really, it's energizing for me as a faculty member. It's bringing the diversity and equity and just that cultural change that Dr. Walden has spoke about. I mean, I feel it in that regard. So, John, hats off to your group, and of course, I know Chief Knight is gone, and I do feel a difference in that regard as well. So I think
Thank you for telling us.
Positive. Oh, yes.
Thank
by all
you for
means.
telling us, honestly.
I wanted Kevin to hear it because I don't know him, real well, but he knows me because I'm always asking him something. So at any rate, so again, thank you for the opportunity just to talk real short and brief about Academic Senate. I want to say, though, before I begin that the items that I'll talk about, the goals, I don't achieve those by myself. It takes the executive or academic executive board, Leslie, Lee Bennett, David Gibbs, and Lynn, the incoming president, and moreover, the area representatives for Academic Senate who are actually doing the voting. But I'd be remiss to not also include the faculty, part-time and full-time, that are really the troops on the ground, if I can use that term. So I want to thank them in advance. Tim, did you have a PowerPoint for me? I don't see it. No? Michelle, did you send that to me? Okay. Nah. So we don't have. So let me just talk real quickly. It's definitely okay. Last year, and I'll just speak to these items because we don't have it. Last year, I had some stated goals for the Academic Senate, and we've achieved almost everything that we set out to do. Of course, the EMP was approved. One very important item was the anti-racism resolution. But also, most recently, and I thought this was on my radar for this year also, was to get the bylaws and the constitutions changed, right? So that the Academic Senate would have a more structured framework for how we do our work. And then an ask of Dr. Walden last year was to really pry and get the Academic Senate to meet more than once a month so that we could be more nimble and adaptable. And we've done that, right? So we're currently meeting twice a month, no problem. And I can see the change just in terms of the engagement of the faculty, but more importantly, just our ability to see things and get them done. Oh, right, thank you. I appreciate it. I do, and I do apologize. I thought I said that. So I started with this slide because, as Academic Senate President, there are some statewide initiatives that are taking place. And at ASCCC, I'm on the statewide curriculum, and we're looking to strengthen teaching, leading, and learning through racial justice. And so as I leave, I think one of my faculty called me a lame duck, Debbie Wilson, to say, she said, don't commit us to anything because you're the lame duck. But I really think that that was a loving comment. It was really loving. You got to know Debbie. But again, it's important, I think, for me to say that these are some things that we've embarked upon, and I hope that the Board of Trustees, and I'm sure Dr. Walden will really look at that equity imperative with the mindset that it's important for cultural change in our area. Next slide, please. And so these are the items that I was speaking about. In particular, the items that are in white, the green ones are the things that we actually completed, but the items that are in white are the things that are really hot on our place right now. That is the utilization of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee to bring about the Multicultural Center, or to support the Multicultural Center that is one of the ASB goals. And then moreover, to start working with Dr. Scott on the ACCJC Institutional Self-Evaluation report, which is also coming up. So those are some things that I think inherently, based upon the Ed Master Plan, these are things that the faculty are going to continue to work on. Next slide. And because we are a student-centered learning institution, I think that the commitments that the Academic Senate embodies are of excellence, integrity, accessibility, diversity, collaboration, and innovation. These are important because of the continuing efforts of the committees, that is shared governance committees and college-wide committees that I work on and others work on, that range from the SEM, that is Strategic Enrollment Management, to the Student Equity and Achievement, obviously Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Distance Ed, and the Institutional Effectiveness Partnership Initiative. Again, the goal is we want to make sure to back up the district's or the Board of Trustees goals, which are student experience and success, high-quality practices, and institutional learning. Next slide. So again, I mentioned to Dr. Scott earlier, we were talking today, and this is something that the faculty is already aware of, that we'll be embarking upon this ICER, which is obviously instrumental in our accreditation process and the qualitative and quantitative review of our institution. And so there's a brief timeline, but again, I wanted to just share this so that you knew that the Academic Senate and faculty are all ready to go. Next slide. And then again, I want to thank personally, Dr. Walden for his leadership coming into Academic Senate without being a vice president. I mean, he made me feel real comfortable. But I also want to thank all the Board of Trustees. I mean, it was, again, it was just engaging. Just, I knew that you supported me and I could support my faculty and students. Moreover, Dr. Scott, and, if I haven't said your name, I appreciate you, all right? But I've enjoyed the opportunity to serve as Academic Senate President at Victor Valley College, and thank you for the opportunity. Okay. All right.
Great job.
This is kind of
Got to be the best dressed academic president I've seen in 11 years I've been here.
So this is kind of goodbye transition night, I think. We're saying people are terming out and moving on, but Henry, when he took office, I met with him and Dr. Scott, and I gave him a whole stack of stuff. And they were only meeting once a month. And when I first came here, I thought, what? Because they would only meet once a month, and then they would only meet during the primary terms. So literally, plus they had a process when I got here where when they did want to do something, they had to, 1 month they would read it, was their first read. The second month, they'd do a second read, and then they wouldn't vote to the third month. And they were only meeting 8 times a year. So it was like, how could you get anything done? And so I was pushing it under the previous administration, and Lee was trying hard too. But Henry really made it happen and got to those bylaws and where they can meet twice a month. I think one of the meetings is as needed, right? Oh, your meeting, well, good. That's what I'm used to. I mean, it was kind of all backwards here. College Council was meeting twice a month, and the Senate once a month, and it really needs to be the other way around. So I'm so glad. That's what my whole thing, when you guys were hearing me nimble and quick and Jack jumping over the candlestick, it kind of started with the Senate. I'm like, look, guys, the train's going to go down this track, and we'd like to have faculty on it. And so you made that happen. I just cannot say enough. Plus, all of the APs that you took on that were legally required, that were not legally, we didn't have them. And you got us legal. Thank you for us being legal. And then the educational master plan. All this came to him on his first day. And welcome.
I totally get that.
So,
I get that.
but he got it all done. I have to say, I was amazed. I'm amazed, just amazed in retrospect to look back and see you got it all done. I don't know how you did it. Don't tell me. I don't think I want to know, but you got it done, and I thank you. Appreciate it. It's good for the students.
Yay.
Thank you. Yeah, let's give him a round. Okay, so moving on in the reports, AFT part-time.
Not here.
ASB.
Oh, all right, guys. Last presentation for you. Mentor Isabel, if you'll pull that up for me, pretty please. So as you guys know, or I'm pretty sure that you knew because I reported on it before, we did host our Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month event, which we would call our multicultural event. And this did take place on Friday, May 20th. So this is just kind of an overview to show you, how it all played out. Next slide, please. So we kind of had a progression of things, and at the very beginning, students could pick up these little envelopes that had good luck fortune knots in them, and we have our amazing Angie from up in the office was helping give these out. Next slide, please. I snuck my son in this one. I don't know if you guys can see him in here, but I took a photo of this one just because I loved the shot of how you could see the lake, you could see some decorations, and you could see just how busy it really, really was. I think we had around 300 students and staff and, everybody come out and participate in it. What Advisor Sewell? I don't know, you were over there. 500? Okay. 500 people came out. Okay, next slide, please. So you could participate in choosing different food items. These were all free to the students and everybody who participated. So for Vietnam, let's see, Ann Weiss and her tutoring team did all these decorative things that she put out on all the tables. So this one was for Vietnam. Next slide, please. I'm just showing you some of the food. So we had banh mi sandwiches, we had bao buns, we had, I think there was noodles and some spring rolls that I am going to have to ask Ann or Jennifer where I could get some of those because they were fantastic. Next slide, please. And then we had a Thailand booth. So this booth had, let's see, I think there was satay there. There was some papaya salad. Some of the things that I contributed to just because my husband's Thai, so I kind of told her she wanted it to more like a street fair kind of thing. So I said, that's more of the stuff you're going to find. So we had those items. Next slide, please. And then we had our India booth. So this is where you got samosas, garlic naan, our onion naan, and I think we had our Senator Beta and Genesis on the next slide, handing that out. So all the food was gone. By the end of the day, there was no food left. Next slide, please. This boba line. If you didn't get in that boba line, it was a pretty long line of boba. They also had tea, I believe. I'm not 100% sure which one, but no. It was a red tea. It was some type of red beverage. I got the Thai tea, but it was some other type of. Was it a lemonade?
Bloody Mary.
Okay. Somebody said Bloody Mary?
Oh, the audience. It wasn't me. I'll just repeat it.
Next slide, please. So we did do a lay wall that was kind of like Pacific Islander inspired. We did have our respiratory therapy students that came out to help represent, as well as Vice President Fulton and Senator Beta. Next slide, please. And then we also had our ESL, I think it was class 49A, it was Monica's class, where she had some students come in and represent their particular area, see Pakistani and jewelry. This young lady actually with the green scarf, the other young lady actually taught her how to do it. So it was kind of like an interactive experience, which was super amazing to watch. I wish I would have videotaped it a little bit, but that was also there. Next slide is their booth a little bit more. Next slide, please. And then the library also got involved. So they were making these little pins that said Stop Asian Hate. I'm not 100% sure if they had other ones. They also were doing origami cranes. They also had some mandalas that they were doing as well. Next slide, please. And tutoring was there. They were giving out free advice for different academic areas. Look at how gorgeous it was that day. Like it was a really pretty day. Sorry. Next slide, please. Ooh, I'm sorry, but look, Dr. Scott's also back there looking at his food. So don't feel so bad, Amy. Don't feel so bad. So Dr. Gelota had his booth with all of his good stuff. It tended to get kids to come up. He also had mandala coloring so that they could color. Next slide, please. And the kids, you guys should have seen how many families were there. Seeing the families and knowing that, this was what we wanted it to be. We wanted it to be an experience for the whole community to be able to enjoy. So not only was it students and everybody here, but bringing their family in and being able to showcase these different cultures and different experiences was just, I had so many crying moments when I was there. It was absolutely fantastic. My husband snapped this photo. I wasn't even there. He goes, "You should have seen this little boy. He was so excited to be able to color." And he was telling Dr. Gelota all about, the elephant that he was coloring. So being able to showcase that for you guys, I thought was really special. Next slide, please. Ooh, so we also had Off-Broadway that was there. They were manning the booth where students can come in and paint lanterns. And then on the right-hand side, this was our Model UN. They were doing Chinese finger traps. This actual young man is not a student. He is a high school student, but he was thinking about coming to VVC, heard about the event so that he could come see all the different things that we had to showcase for him. So really the outreach that we were able to achieve was really spectacular. Next slide, please. And then this is the Gamers Guild, which I heard we're doing a ribbon cutting on the esports room coming up sometime later this month, 21st? Next week? Wednesday. So they were here with their fortunes where you pick out a popsicle stick and then they told you what your fortune was and then you also got some of the little coins to be able to take. Next slide, please. And then we also had henna artists there. This was all free, again, so this line was also extremely long. I was not fortunate enough to be able to wait in this line because I was doing other things, but they made some really beautiful art. I know a lot of our ASB members took advantage of that. Next slide, please. We also had a wishing wall. This was something that was a little near and dear to my heart. My husband and son accidentally got thrown into this one. We found a seat over there to eat, and then sure enough, when I was out around, my son was the one manning this wall and making sure that students were doing this. So this is some of our Ready Rams and some of our ASB members. The other gentleman is the Gamers Guild, one of the Gamer Guild presidents. And so I thought, next slide is just, oh, that's right. This is the cutest little girl ever. She was actually one of Dr. Gelota's students' daughters. And I came up and I said, "You've got the cutest little hanbok on." And her mom goes, "No one knew what that was called." And I thought, well, see, that's why you're here. You're here to showcase this, beautiful dress for everybody to be able to enjoy. But next slide. these were some of the wishes. So I thought I would showcase these to you because I thought these were super cute. So just take a moment. Even that one with, I wish to get into the nursing program. I know that nursing program emails went out, I think, a week or two ago. So they are starting their brand new journey with the new class. And I mean, some of these are absolutely, heart-touching. So thought I'd share those. Next slide, please. And then our piece de resistance was our SGVAA CCA, jeezy peasy, our lion dancers. I don't know. I don't really know what to say other than if you haven't seen a performance, you're missing out. You're really missing out. I did get a little baby clip, which I think is probably the next slide. Unfortunately, it's not the next slide because it's probably after this. But this particular slide, the one on the right, is, I believe it's Dr. Scott's kids feeding the lion for good luck for the year. And Senator Weiss in her traditional Vietnam dress. Next slide, please. Here you go. So this is... So unfortunately, that was all I got. I was too busy really enjoying the performance. I know I asked several other members, even my husband only took a 20-second video because he was enjoying it. So I think we have a couple more slides left. So that's one of the ASB members and the dance troupe that was there. This dance troupe came to us, I believe, from Riverside, and I think that they,
San Gabriel.
Oh, San Gabriel? Okay.
SG.
Wow. Not that smart.
San Gabriel.
Okay. But I think they came after school, to my understanding. I think they all got out of school and then came all the way up here. And we were only supposed to get a 15-minute show, but I feel like they definitely put on a little bit more than that, and it was really spectacular. Next slide, please. Ooh, this is the one that Mentor Isabel was dreading, but he put on some amazing music. I know that Senator Weiss put together a really fun playlist of all the different types of Asian Pacific music, and we wanted to make sure that he got in there. And the last slide is literally a thank you list. So Model UN Club was there, Gamers Guild was there, Off-Broadway Club, Respiratory Therapy, ESL, Library, Biology Department, Math Department, Art Department, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee was there. We had Academic Tutoring Center that was present. We also had trustees, the Pinkertons were also there, so you guys there. And then you guys should have seen how fast maintenance and operations came in to help clean this event up. They were in there lickety-split, cleaning up tables, cleaning up chairs, and it was just fantastic. If I didn't mention your name, I'm so sorry, but I know that we had huge outpour of support for this event. I really hope that they take this and run with it again next year for the month. I thought that it was absolutely spectacular. And with that, that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. It was, like I said, coming from somebody that already has a spouse that is from one of the countries that we showcased was just amazing because, we get a lot of different events, but this one I felt was just a little extra special. And Senator Weiss put in so much time and effort. I mean, she did an amazing job, and we had a great turnout.
So moving on in the reports to CSEA,
Not here.
CTA,
Not here.
and management. Oh, was yours management? We're gonna go ahead and write that down.
Isn't that?
Early.
Thank you, John.
All right, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Were there public comments related to consent agenda items? No. So can I get a motion to approve the consent
Motion.
agenda? Who was first? You guys are too fast for me. Henderson is the motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Brady. And any discussion? No, I know.
Longest
we
consent
can't.
agenda I think we've
Ever read.
ever seen.
84.
The reason for that is the previous 2 months was extremely light. If you remember, 2 months ago, the lightest we've ever seen. Everybody was waiting and piling this on Michelle at the last minute. Plus, this is also the time of year when we usually have the most.
Yeah.
But we definitely went over and broke the record. But it was because of a backlog of people not submitting in the previous 2 months.
And student advisory?
Yay.
And did you get that? I'm sorry, I didn't repeat motion by Henderson. Sorry. Out of practice. Okay, and then moving on to action agenda. Public comments related to action agenda items. Okay, so then Board of Trustees action agenda, separate items pulled from consent we didn't do. 10.2, approve and adopt resolution order of election and specification, I can't even read, specifications for November 8th, 2022.
So this resolution must be adopted by the governing board, signed by the clerk or secretary of the board, and returned to San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters no later than July the 8th. So we have Trustee Brady, Trustee Wood, and Trustee Henderson all
Up for
vowing for re-election this year.
All
Their
right,
positions.
so can I get a motion to?
Motion.
Thank you. Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Does anybody have anything they want to say? Student advisory.
Yay.
Okay, moving on to 10.3, board delegation, authorized agent status. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Henderson is the motion, Brady is the second. Anything anybody wants to say? Student advisory?
Yay.
Michelle, I clicked on one, but it came across, so. I did, on yay?
It worked, yeah.
Okay.
Did that pop up? Did I miss it? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. 10.4, secure ID token authorization and access. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Anything anybody wants to add? Student advisory?
Yay.
Ten point five, board delegation, certify a test board action. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Anything anybody wants to add? Student advisory?
Yay.
Okay. And moving on to 11.1, accepting foundation donations. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Anything anybody wants to add? Student advisory?
Yay.
Okay. Okay, moving on to 12.1, student insurance renewal. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Brady. Anything anybody wants to add? Student advisory?
Yay.
12.2, Prop 30 Education Protection Account Expense Determination. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Anything anybody wants to add? Student advisory.
Yay.
12.3 Agreement Shamrock Solutions. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson. Any discussion? Student advisory.
Yay.
12.4 Agreement with Presence for onboarding. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Anything anybody wants to add? Student advisory?
Yay.
'Did it pop up? Yes. 12.5 Approval of Managed Services Renewal Addendum with Lucian. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Ooh, tied. We're gonna give it to Brady for the first, and
So
we'll
I goes the runner.
give it to Henderson for the second.
So on this one, I think the board knows this, because you actually asked us to consider it. So we went out for an RFP for our managed services contract that we have with the Lucian. They had a 3-year contract, and then it got renewed at the November board meeting prior to my arrival. So they had a 6-year run. So I think you had indicated a while back you wanted to, in some of your comments, that you thought it should go out for an RFP. So we did go out for it. We are almost, so there was some delay in getting this done, but due to multitude of factors. But anyway, we finally got it done. It got out, and we should have it back, the recommendation to move forward July, John? Does that sound right? At your next board meeting. So this is to get them 2 more months down the road, because we don't have anybody to replace them yet. Now, they did bid on the project, so I can't comment any further. They may get it, they may not. So we'll be bringing it to you.
Any questions? Student advisory?
Yay.
Moving on to 12.6, 2022-2023 tentative budget. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Brady. Can I get a second? Anybody want a second?
Second.
Thank you. And any discussion? Student advisory.
Yay.
I'm sorry, Brady for the motion, second by Wood. Sorry about that. 12.7 Statewide Association of Community Colleges.
Motion.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank you. I didn't even have to ask. Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Any discussion? Student advisory?
Yay.
Moving on to 12.8 Protected Insurance Program for Schools and Community Colleges, JPA. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Any discussion? Student advisory?
Yay.
13.1, we're moving on to the Human Resources Action Agenda. 13.1, non-classified short-term employees. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Any discussion? Student advisory?
Yay.
Did we do 12.7 and 12.8?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, did you want to say
Oh, you're
something?
moving fast, okay.
You're welcome.
He didn't even know.
Are we shocked? I'm just kidding. Love you, just kidding.
Yes, yes.
Okay, 13, wait. Now you're throwing me off, man. We had a rhythm.
That's what you get.
Let me throw stuff at you.
Which one next?
13.2,
Sure.
positive.
Yeah.
I take excellent notes. 13.2, new academic administrator job description and salary placement for Dean of Student Services. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson, second by Brady. Any discussion?
So this is to provide Associate VP Art Lopez, who's going to be working out of class as VP for a few months while I prepare for a reorg of our student services areas. And so since we'll not be replacing Dr. Ingleson right away, he's going to be taking on quite a load. Some of it's been moved over to Todd, and I've even taken on an area. The Connected Success Center is reporting to me, which is my motivator to get this work done. But anyway, so this is for a temporary Dean of Student Services position that I think we're going to fly here pretty quick, right?
Yeah, probably tomorrow.
And it'll just be out for about 5 days or something.
Any more discussion? Student advisory?
Yay, and I want dinner.
Okay, 13.3, update to management job description, distance education coordinator. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Henderson.
This position was negotiated into an MOU by Dr. Wagner and CTA prior to my arrival. We did eventually hire the position. The person just left, and in the process, there was a revision of the job description before we rehire. Isn't that correct, Dr. Scott?
That's correct. And it's going to be an important position to fill quickly because, as you saw, part of the emergency conditions is you have to become part of the CDC OEI and be a teaching college.
Okay, any other discussion? Student advisory?
Yay.
13.4, new management job description and salary placement for food service manager. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Henderson. Can I,
Second.
thank you.
As you know, we kicked out child time because the students were not happy with it.
Did you get that? Did you? Okay.
We decided a while back that we would take it over. It was one of the three things that Tyler put on his list when I was making the department chairs rounds. I asked them, knowing what you know about your department, if you had my job as president, what would you do? And one of the things he said is he would do this, so that they would survey the students. You'd like that, Joe? On a regular basis, they actually find out what they want to eat.
That's the reason he's so good.
Yes, and so to find out what they want to eat, what they want to eat. So this is how, to make the students, to give them what they want. So we're going to need a food services manager. When is that probably going to be done, John? The Ram Cafe. Okay. Wow, that's great. So we get to open that thing this fall. It'll be fabulous.
Any further discussion?
No, congrats.
Student advisory.
Yay.
Thirteen point five EEO Fund Multiple Method Allocation Model Certification. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Ooh, I'm gonna take it from Wood as the motion and the second from Henderson. Any discussion?
This is required by the state, right, Monica? For,
This is the annual report that we certify that we're implementing our EEO plan. So there's 9 different methods. One's required, and then you have to fulfill 6 out of 8. So we met the requirement.
so employer, what is it? Employer equal employment.
Okay, any further discussion? Student advisory?
Yay.
Oh, I had a minute, sorry. I was like, did it show up? 13.6, Employment Agreement Interim Dean of Instruction for STEM. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
So Amy Asul, who's sitting over here, has been filling in as interim dean since Hamid left of STEM, and we're in the process and just about finished, I think. But the final interviews are scheduled for sometime in July. So we needed to extend Amy's contract until September 1st while we select the replacement and get that person onboarded.
Any other questions? Student advisory.
Yay.
Uh, 13.7, Employment Agreement Interim Executive Director of Recapturing Enrollment. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Wood is the motion, second is the Henderson. Wow, you're the Henderson now.
I'm the Henderson.
You are.
And so
That's Mr. D.
announced,
Henderson.
I announced this position last fall. So we are finally here. So Chris Piercy will be filling this as an interim executive director of recapturing enrollment for the next year. And he's going to be
Sure hiring a lot
100%
of
working
directors
full-time
Yeah.
he's leaving his job with Snowline, and he's going to be full-time with us.
Nice.
And he knows everybody in the high schools.
Yes, he does.
in the high desert.
Capturing
Yes, he
employment.
does.
He's like, you know what? He's like one of the best weapons for education in the region.
I mean, he's a nice guy. He works hard. I mean, you call on him, he'll get back to you in 15 minutes. He is so passionate about what he does and how he does it. I just think it's just a great addition to the team.
And he was actually here involved in the college when it first opened. I didn't know that till just recently talking to him.
And he doesn't need to do this. I mean, he's got a nice retirement. He's passionate about what he does, and you can tell. I think it's a great call. I'm excited.
He wants to do it. I'm just excited about it.
I'm excited for him. He's a good guy.
Any further
And
discussion?
he's going to be reporting to Todd Scott.
Student advisory?
Yay.
Sorry. Sorry to cut you off. There it is. $13.8 revision to academic administrator job description, executive director of recapturing enrollment. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Pinkerton. I don't know who won. Who wants it?
Give it to.
Okay, second by Brady. Any discussion? We kind of already discussed. Student advisory.
Yay.
Perfect.
We're hiring a lot of people.
It's good for the economy.
Huh?
It's good for the economy.
13.9 employment agreement director of athletic operate. Why can't I say it?
It's late.
Motion.
Football coach. Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Motion by
I see
Brady
a national
Second.
championship.
Second.
This
and
is
second by Pinkerton.
So we went through the search process. It was, we had national competition for this position. A ton of people applied. It was a very stringent process, and we are recommending to the board to hire Artie Allen, who's sitting back there.
He's going to bring it home
Any further
in a new stadium.
discussion?
Yep.
Discussion? Student advisory?
I'm going to abstain.
Artie, congratulations. Why don't you come up here and greet the board?
You barely made it.
5-0.
I did.
Barely made it.
Well, I just want to say I'm extremely excited about the opportunity. There's a lot of work to do. I've been in community college athletics for about 8 years now. And so it's a great opportunity. We have a lot of potential here in the high desert. And I'm excited to keep the high desert student athletes at home and continue to grow athletic programs overall, not just football, all the programs. So very, very excited.
Nice.
All right.
You got a local recruiter right there, Mr. Pinkerton. He'll go work the stadiums for you when you can't go do
Yeah,
it.
he's at Silverado.
I'm telling you,
He'll
there's
recruit
not
you
a
all
game
the
that he
football
won't go
players
see.
you can get.
Yeah.
I know Mr. and Mrs. Pinkerton very well, very well. So
Very well, yeah.
She's a lot nicer.
Yeah, he's a good resource.
Welcome.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for coming up.
And like many of our employees, he is married to another employee. You know, Amber Allen. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, oh,
Something
light
new
bulb.
every day.
hey, you got to be careful who you're talking to around here. 'Cause they're either married to him or used to be.
Okay,
That's an interesting one.
All right, moving on to 14.1 curriculum changes. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Wood. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Henderson. Any discussion?
I actually, I I told Dr. Walden earlier in our advisory meeting that I was super excited for the spin class that we got started, but then I totally blanked and realized I have no idea where we're going to hold that. Where is that going to be held?
Out in the gym.
Here's the class.
I would say, so they can fry some money from the guy to my left. Need a room behind the weight training room in the gym.
Just put it on a credit card.
Well, because
Don't worry about it.
I thought we were flip-flopping the gym. So the gym's going over to the adapted PE area, and the adapted PE area is going in where.
Some of the equipment's going over there, but
We were waiting for Ari to get off.
But it's going to be, we're going to have like a special room just for the spin class?
Yes.
Awesome. And then congratulations on the training, the truck driving license. I saw that on there too. So other than that, no, that's all I have.
Signing up. All right, student advisory?
Stay off the sidewalks, Jen.
Beep, beep, toot, toot.
Jackie was hoping you guys would take another break so she'd have to stay longer.
All right, moving on to 21.1, items for information and discussion, no vote needed. Quarterly financial status report, Q3 ending March 31st, 2022. Anything anybody wants to discuss? Okay. And then 21.2 quarterly financial report statements fiscal year third quarter as of March 31st, 2022. Anything anybody wants to discuss?
So before you jump into your Board of Trustee reports, I got a text from Michelle.
Called out.
Can you ask the board to stay after?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We have a lot of signatures.
No.
That doesn't include me.
So board, would you please?
We got you, babe. You're all staying, by the way. What Michelle wants,
Everybody's staying with us.
Michelle gets.
Somebody give Jackie the good news when she comes back in.
So, so go ahead and do your reports. You know you have to stay late.
Individual board reports. Keep in mind the time frame when we give these reports. Sharon
Okay.
Pinkerton.
No pressure.
No pressure. Okay, so this month and last month, John and I went to the paramedic graduation, and that is really, did you go to it?
I didn't make it, no.
It's truly moving. I really enjoy it. Every time I go, I really enjoy it.
Mhm.
And then the nurses pinning, that was really
yes.
beautiful. Really, really beautiful. You were there for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the adult education graduation,
Tears.
that was fantastic. And I loved it when Dan said, we accept 100% of you. So that was wonderful. And the other thing that was really fantastic was the one and done. And that was packed. When we went over there was line all the way outside. Art was out there working the line. They were feeding everybody, making sure that they were staying there. And yeah, it was really great. Fantastic. And then the other thing I went to the kindergarten graduation over at Serrano. They had 540 kindergartners from all the elementary. 540. They all
All
marched
the
down on
schools
the
in
snow line, Serrano football field.
Oh my
And,
gosh.
yeah, Chris Piercy was there.
Exactly.
And would you guys like to hear what my speech was?
Yes.
Can't wait to see you in 12 years at Victor Valley College.
Hey. Representing, thank you.
You're welcome. And that is
And
it.
that
Oh,
was
and oh yeah, I went to the Asian Pacific. Yes, that was really
did
that
it
was really
all.
yeah, that was really interesting. Oh, and also the dance, the kinesiology. That was beautiful. Really enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah, the art
And you
show
were
and
at the
the
art show.
study-a-thon.
You guys were busy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were at the art show too. That's right.
Trustee.
Yeah.
Right.
Very nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe Brady?
I'm gonna keep it short. Tomorrow's what we're here for. That's
Ain't that
what
the
tomorrow
truth?
is. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we've had
Had a lot of discussion last week and a lot of work, and I want to thank everybody for their input, but tomorrow is what we're all here for. So congrats to our graduates, and hopefully everybody drives safe. For those that have driven the pass recently, we've just added cameras on all of our cars. And it's like a scary experience going through the pass anymore. So just really drive safe because there's some interesting characters out there.
Brandon Wood?
Me? All right. I
Brandon
will
Wood.
keep it short. Went to the nurses' pinning. It was amazing as always. It always is. Such a great event. It was wonderful to see all the nurses up there. This was a class who had to endure the joys of stopping and starting and dealing with all the new protocols and everything else. And there they were. So congratulations to all of them. And I'm looking forward to the graduation tomorrow night. Also, we all had some excellent training. What are we calling it? We're not using the R word.
Special meeting.
Special meeting.
We
Some
already had it.
exceptional board development and training last week at the special meeting.
What were
That was a good time. Well put together. And as always, my hat's off to Guy Lease and you, Dan, for bringing him. And
And the
that's
committee
it.
for selecting them.
Good
job,
was there a
Dennis.
committee? Good job.
They threw me off the phone.
It was a very quiet committee.
Yes, you're
I
welcome.
didn't even know you existed.
You're
Good
welcome.
job.
3 hours and 45 minutes on the phone.
Nice.
He stayed an extra half hour after y'all left.
Is he still sleeping?
What he heard
And then he
was,
woke up.
Phil, what was the last thing you heard?
I wasn't asleep.
Dennis?
We couldn't hear you.
Yes, we're curious.
No, he's
I
gonna
could
tell
hear
you.
you.
He'll tell you the last thing he heard.
I could
What was
say- I
the
could
last
say-
thing you heard?
Huh?
What was the last thing you heard?
I heard Brady and Wood talking.
No, when it was.
Oh, no,
on.
That had to
a
be
woman's voice,
interesting.
a recorded voice, a female, said, "Goodbye.
So he went home.
Yeah, you're done. Have a nice day."
Are you sure it was recorded?
No, she said goodbye. That was it. And I go, "What?
All right, fun times.
Who's that?"
Yes. All right, thank you all for being here. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by
You know who.
Pete. You know.